The Nazi regime was able to play on fears of Russian retribution for the evils inflicted by the Wehrmacht and the SS in the East, together with the anger and fear caused by Allied bombing, but the state terror against the German population also continued right up to Dönitz's final surrender. When in the autumn of 1944 partisan-type groupings emerged in Cologne made up of the Edelweiss pirates, escaped POWs, and foreign workers, the Gestapo, Wehrmacht, the SS and the Hitler Youth were all mobilized to destroy them. The rebellions by such groups of young people seemed relatively isolated from the old, established socialist and communist traditions of the working class, testament to how effectively the Nazis had driven those who held such ideas into isolation or small, sealed circles. 121. Among those sections of the officer corps and the old ruling class who had resented Hitler, the prospect of defeat led to the botched Stauffenberg bomb attack of July 1944. The conspirators included many implicated in serious war crimes on the Eastern Front. Stauffenberg, a member of the German officer corps, wanted the Reich restored to its 1916 borders plus the Sudetenland and Austria. The assassination attempt was followed by an attempted coup. The relative ease with which it was crushed by army units loyal to the Führer speaks of the degree to which the old elites had been compromised and co-opted by Hitler. 122. Chapter 8. Resistance in Europe. "I guess the whole world is on a leftward march," exclaimed U.S. Senator Vanderburg in 1945. By the closing months of the Second World War, resistance movements had spread across Europe, most of them aligned with the left. They were a major concern for the Germans and a major worry for all three of the Allied powers. The experience of occupation breeds resistance, as has been repeatedly discovered since 1945. Resistance began early on in occupied Europe. In February 1941, for example, there were strikes in Amsterdam over the Nazi persecution of Jews, and in May in mining areas of Belgium and northern France. On the first anniversary of the German invasion, 100,000 miners walked out in the Belgian coal fields of Liege, Hainault, and Limburg. In Holland in 1943, 500,000 struck after the Germans ordered that all former POWs should be sent to Germany as forced labor. The SS imposed martial law and over 100 strikers were executed. In 1943, resistance began spreading across Europe in response to the brutality of German occupation, and Hitler's defeat at Stalingrad. 2. The collaboration of the European ruling classes with the Nazis, or at best their willingness to wait for liberation by the Allies, meant that resistance increasingly developed its own revolutionary dynamic. The electoralism of the social democratic parties made it difficult for them to organize effectively underground. As Eric Hobsbawm points out, faced with a fascist takeover or German occupation, social democratic parties tended to go into hibernation. 3. In some cases, the Social Democrats were prepared to collaborate with the Germans. In Denmark, the Social Democrats were in government at the time of the occupation and remained so until 1943. The main beneficiaries of this tendency were the communist parties, which in 4 crucial countries, Italy, France, Yugoslavia, and Greece, dominated the resistance. They had immense credibility because of their role in fighting fascism. In contrast, the Socialist Democrats were not able to survive the interwar repression in Italy and Greece, and in France they were tarnished by the involvement of so many of their leading figures with the Vichy regime. 4. The dynamism, heroism, and rootedness of the Communists meant they could quickly overcome the bitter taste left by their turn in 1939, following the Hitler-Stalin Pact, when they switched from supporting an anti-fascist war to advocating peace, before switching once more in June 1941 to full-scale support for Russia and its new ally, Britain. The Communist parties were better suited to resistance work than other parties because of their experience of underground work, their organization into a tight cell structure, and their internal discipline. They undoubtedly played a key role, and up to 60,000 French communists may have lost their lives in the resistance. 5. The Communist strategy post-June 1941 was a continuation of their Popular Front line following Hitler's victory in 1933. Then the French Communists had led the way in creating an anti-fascist alliance with the Socialists and Republicans, in which they limited their demands to the defense of the French Republic and agreed to desist from criticism of their partners. Following the German attack on Russia, the Communists became stridently nationalistic. The head of the Italian party, Palmiro Togliatti, broadcasting from Russia, appealed to Italians of all social conditions, including industrialists and businessmen whose trade had been damaged by the war. The communist-led Franksterers et partisans raised the slogan Chocken sun Boch.6. In Italy, France, and Greece, the communist parties themselves were not at first fully under the control of their leaders, who were in Moscow. Thérèse of France, Togliatti of Italy, and Zachariadis of Greece had to confront fast-growing parties which might not simply jump on Stalin's orders. They returned from Russia determined to bring their parties under tight control. Most party members believed that what their leaders said was designed to dupe the class enemy and that when the time was right they would make the revolution. In reality, the parties were starting on the road towards integration into parliamentary, establishment politics and into the respective national lives of their own states. As the historian Gabriel Kolko puts it, succinctly, the Russians were as committed to revolution as the West was to democracy. 7. Stalin saw that any revolutionary movement in Europe would clash with his own goals of securing a solid alliance with the United States and Britain, and control of Eastern Europe, goals that remained in place in the immediate aftermath of the war until the United States launched what would become known as the Cold War. Support for revolution abroad might also revive the revolutionary aspirations of the people of the USSR, which he feared. In May 1943, Stalin approved the dissolution of the Communist International, the body which had represented the goal of international workers' revolution. The specter of 1917-19, when working-class unrest had erupted into revolution at the close of the First World War, hovered over all the war leaders during the Second World War. The communist parties now strove to portray the resistance as essentially made up of nationalist movements and pledged to prioritize national unity among all anti-fascist forces. Yet many of those at the cutting edge of the fight did not fit into this picture. 8. Exiled Spanish Republicans in France and elsewhere continued to resist fascism. Some 10,000 died in German concentration camps, many having been taken from existing French camps and handed over to the Gestapo or Mussolini's OVRA. Hugh Thomas quotes a total of 25,000 Republicans killed fighting Hitler and Mussolini during the Second World War. Spanish Republicans were crucial to the French resistance and provided much of the resistance inside the concentration camps. Volunteers who had fought Franco were often key figures in the resistance movements which flared up in occupied Europe. Colonel Fabian, who would carry out the first resistance killing of a German, served in Spain, as did Colonel Roltanguy, who led the resistance uprising which freed Paris in 1944. Luigi Longo, Gallo in Spain, would lead the partisans in northern Italy, and Giovanni Pesce, a key resistance fighter in both Turin and Milan, served in the international brigades. Joseph Tito had helped organize the flow of volunteers from Paris to the international brigades in Spain. He would lead the victorious Yugoslav resistance. The key military figure in the Albanian resistance, Mehmet Chihua, also fought in Spain. 9. Because of their strong communist associations, the European resistance movements and those among the Allies who wished to utilize them against the Germans were viewed with suspicion in London and Washington. In the autumn of 1942, British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden fumed about a very dangerous doctrine being promoted by the SO. The danger was the SO's willingness to collaborate with parties of the left. 10 In his History of the OSS, Bradley F. Smith notes, every manifestation of irregular warfare watched with varying degrees of coolness or suspicion. 11. The best-known case was the Russian attitude to the Warsaw Uprising of August and September 1944. The Russian offensive in Belarus carried the Red Army to the river Vistula and to within 15 kilometers of Warsaw. German counterattacks halted their advance and allowed the Germans to hold the city. Stalin had assembled a Polish government in Lublin, the first major city liberated by the Red Army. Its legitimacy was contested by the exiled government in London. In addition, the Russians' proposal to move the country's borders westwards, rendering its eastern territories to the USSR, put them at odds with the British and Americans. The Polish Home Army, loyal to the London-based government, regarded the Russians as being as much their enemy as the Germans. There had already been clashes between them and the smaller communist-led People's Army. The latter were loyal to Stalin and prepared not just to see post-war Poland as part of the pro-Soviet bloc, but to surrender the territory in the east that Stalin was demanding, which was anathema to the government in exile in London and the Home Army. As the Red Army closed on the Polish border, it offered the Home Army conditions for cooperation. They included operational subordination of the Polish forces to the Soviet command locally and also beyond the Bug River, recognition of the Polish forces as a division under Polish authorities in Warsaw and London, the division to be absolutely free to maintain contact with them, a regular Polish division to be formed out of the existing Polish partisan detachments, no partisan activity in the rear of Soviet forces, full field equipment and armament for the Polish division to be supplied by the Soviet authorities. Point 12. The Home Army refused the terms unless they included recognition of Poland's pre-war boundaries. The Red Army was prepared to cooperate in combat with the Home Army as it advanced into Poland, but then demanded it either disband or be incorporated into the Polish units of the Red Army. Both the government in exile and the Home Army understood that they had to act in order to avoid this fate. On August 1 the Home Army launched an insurrection in Warsaw, seizing large parts of the city center but failing to take the 4 bridges over the Vistula, which could have provided a link to the Russians. The exiled Polish government in London approved the plan. They realized that if they did not mobilize the resistance against the Germans, Stalin would cast them as collaborators and exclude them from any say in how Poland was run. However, they did not tell the Russians of their plans. The British were given notice but ruled out a bombing operation in support of the insurgents, or the dispatch of a Polish paratroop brigade fighting under British command. Point 13. The Polish government believed the Germans would evacuate Warsaw. But the Wehrmacht had decided to hold the city, and now armored columns and SS units were sent in to reoccupy their positions. Polish fighters lacked sufficient small arms and ammunition. More crucially, they had no heavy weapons to repulse armor. They were able to seize the city center, but the Germans destroyed the city with artillery and carried out retaliations on the population. Warsaw was now key to the right flank of the German defense line. Point 14. The Russian advance had halted at the Vistula, but the Red Army was in touch with the resistance in the city and could have provided the aid it badly needed. Instead, on August 16 Stalin sent a letter to the exiled government's prime minister, denouncing the rising as a reckless adventure and breaking a Russian assurance given during talks in Moscow that arms would be provided to the insurgents. The British, after much urging, had sent flights to drop arms, often piloted by Polish airmen, but these were at the limit of the aircraft's range and were exposed to attack as they flew over German territory. Little reached the fighters in the city, and the flights were eventually ended after losses became too great. Churchill did urge Roosevelt on August 25 to press Stalin about permitting U.S. bombers flying into Soviet airfields to be allowed to drop arms into Warsaw, but Roosevelt refused, stating he was taking into account Uncle Jay's present attitude towards the relief of the underground forces in Warsaw. He cited current American conversations on the subject of the subsequent use of other Russian bases. These were bases in the Far East the Americans hoped to use against Japan. Point 15. When Stalin did allow the USAF use of airfields in eastern Poland to launch airdrops to Polish fighters in mid-September, the area of Warsaw held by the Home Army was so small most of the material dropped fell into German hands. Point 16. The Home Army was forced to surrender on October 2. Warsaw was reduced to rubble after Hitler ordered its destruction. The Red Army liberated the city 3 months later. All 3 Allied powers viewed the growing resistance forces with distrust. All 3 acted to limit their ambitions. This was true even in Germany as the war ended. Working-class organizations re-emerged, their ranks swollen by new activists. As Kalko notes of Germany in 1945, everywhere the Allied troops entered they found local left committees, running factories and municipalities which the owners and masters had deserted, via spontaneously created shop committees and councils. Some were old socialists and communists, many were new converts, but everywhere they moved to liberate concentration camp prisoners, organize food supplies and eradicate the old order. For the most part they scoffed at regular party doctrine and talked vaguely of new forms based on a united left, unlike that which had helped open the door to Hitler. 17. As the Allies entered German-occupied territories, all three powers acted in similar ways towards local resistance movements. Stalin was prepared to let 166,000 Poles die in the Warsaw Uprising. In Italy, at the close of 1944, Britain's Field Marshal Alexander broadcast openly on the radio saying Allied forces would advance no further that winter. It was a clear message to the Germans and their fascist allies that they could concentrate on anti-partisan operations, which they did. That winter was a hard one for the resistance. 18 Basil Davidson, a former British Special Forces liaison officer with the resistance in Liguria, said of the broadcast that it told the partisans to disband, and to the enemy to come up and finish them off while they were doing it. 19. Italy. Writing of Italy in 1945, Calco asks, with red banners and power in hand 150,000 armed men disappeared overnight, and the almost morbid fears of the English and Americans proved entirely chimerical. Why? 20. The answer lies in the politics which underlay this resistance movement. Popular resistance to fascism began early in Italy. In March 1943 some 100,000 workers struck in Turin, mainly at Fiat, and the end of the year saw further strikes in the city and in Genoa. 21 The mass strike and then the Allied invasion of Sicily 3 months later led to the king dismissing Mussolini, who was arrested as he quit the royal palace. The king appointed Marshal Badoglio, the conqueror of Ethiopia, as the new premier, who immediately ordered there should be no demonstrations. That did not stop people taking to the streets to remove fascist symbols, free prisoners, and take over newspaper offices to allow an anti-fascist press to appear. Such anti-fascist actions unnerved Churchill, who was staunch in his defense of the king and Badoglio, bemoaning to Roosevelt in August 1943, Italy turned red overnight. In Turin and Milan there were communist demonstrations which had to be put down by armed force. 20 years of fascism had obliterated the middle class. There is nothing between the king with the patriots who have rallied around him, who have complete control, and rampant Bolshevism. 22. Almost immediately following the fall of Mussolini, Hitler ordered German forces to occupy most of the Italian peninsula, forming a front line south of Naples facing Allied forces moving north from Sicily. While the Germans controlled most of the country, the Allies set up an occupation zone in the far south, where the king and Badoglio fled when German troops neared Rome. The experience of occupation quickly led to the rise of the Italian resistance. In Naples the population rose up in September 1943, against food shortages imposed by the Germans, and drove the Wehrmacht from their city. 23 By the end of 1943 there were some 10,000 partisans in various formations. Most were simply keeping out of the way of German attempts to conscript them as forced labor. Calco writes that partisan formations were recruited largely from the working class and the poorer peasantry, the origins of over half of its members in the Piedmont. On the whole it was clear that precisely those classes whom the fascists had muzzled after 1921 were in command of the biggest part of the armed resistance, and that the basic tensions in Italian society that had existed before Mussolini were likely to re-emerge. 24. Partisan attacks on German and fascist forces developed throughout late 1943 and 1944. Easter 1944 saw 10,000 German and fascist troops attack the mountains south of Forli in Romagna, trapping and all but destroying the 1,000 resistance fighters of the 8th Garibaldi Brigade. 2 months later the German commander, Kesselring, told his commanders, "The fight against the partisans must be carried on with the utmost severity. I will protect any commander who exceeds our usual restraint in the choice and severity of the methods he adopts against the partisans." On June 29, 1944 German forces massacred 244 civilians in southern Tuscany. On July 4 they killed 176 in the same area. 25 By July 8 the Garibaldi Brigade had reformed in southern Tuscany. Some 3,500 German and fascist troops were sent to destroy them, but this time the partisans withdrew, avoiding battle. The Nazis and fascists carried out reprisals against civilians, burning 20 houses and massacring 64 people, 19 of them under the age of 10.26. A month later, in the hills north of Lucca, in northern Tuscany, German forces evacuated civilians who had resisted an order to leave prior to an offensive against the partisans. The Germans applied methods refined in Russia, despite the partisans having withdrawn from the area. The village of Sant'Anna di Stazzema was swollen with evacuated civilians. The Germans burned houses, rounded up civilians and locked them in barns. Grenades were thrown in, machine guns fired, and finally the barns were set alight. 560 men, women, and children were butchered. 27. September saw 770 people killed in 3 days of reprisals in the Monte Sole area south of Bologna. Among the victims, 45 were under 2 years old, 110 were under 10, 95 were under 16, 142 were over 60, 316 were females, and 5 were Catholic priests. The operation destroyed the Stella Rossa partisan group, which until then had controlled the area. It was the worst German atrocity in Western Europe. 28 Many other massacres occurred as the Germans sought to liquidate the resistance, but the reprisals acted only to intensify it. Kesselring's intelligence office calculated that the partisans had killed 5,000 Axis soldiers between June and August 1944 and wounded or captured 50,000 more. Kesselring thought the figures too high. In any case, the proportion of casualties on the German side alone greatly exceeded the total partisan losses. 29. By the end of that summer, the resistance in northern Italy was holding down 14 German divisions. Between 17 and September 30, 1944, partisans carried out 280 attacks on German forces, killing 129 and wounding 3,663, as well as taking 8,241 prisoners. 30 The involvement of Italian fascist forces, whether operating under German or Mussolini's command, ensured that the resistance struggle took on aspects of a civil war. Nazi and fascist repression simply fueled support for the resistance and created the conditions for a radicalization of anti-fascist forces. The Republican Action Party moved sharply left and communist groups sprung up, often drawing on the party's revolutionary tradition prior to its virtual destruction within Italy by the fascists. But this was at odds with the direction of the leadership of the Communist Party. 31. On 3 and March 4, 1944, shortly before his return to Italy, Palmiro Togliatti, leader of the Italian Communist Party, met Stalin to discuss the Italian situation. Togliatti wrote a note summarizing Stalin's main points: the Communists are even ready to participate in a government without the king's abdication, as condition that the actual government will take immediate action to prosecute a war to expel the Germans from the country. 32 A day later, Togliatti reported Stalin as saying, "The existence of two camps weakens the Italian people. This is an advantage for the English who want a weak Italy in the Mediterranean Sea. If the king goes against the Germans, there is no need to call for immediate abdication. The most important thing is the unity of the Italian people in the fight against the Germans for a strong independent Italy." Follow that line without making any reference to the Russians. 33. Stalin and Togliatti were uniting with the same king who had helped bring fascism to power and who had fled Rome along with Badoglio rather than resist the Germans. The vast majority of those in the resistance wanted an end to the monarchy. 34. When Togliatti arrived in Naples on April 1, he pledged to end a situation with, on the one hand, a government with power but no authority, and on the other hand a popular movement with authority but no power. The obvious solution from any revolutionary point of view was to ensure the latter took power. But Togliatti's solution was that all the anti-fascist parties and the communists would support Badoglio's government if it presided over a truly effective war effort. 35 Togliatti also claimed that the Christian Democrats, at that time far from a major force, represented the country's middle classes and had a mass base among the peasantry, so that the communists, who represented the working class, had to forge unity with them above all else. The Allies and the Vatican were determined to build up the Christian Democrats as a pro-Western force, and now the Communists helped promote them too. 36. Meanwhile, the British commander, Alexander, wrote of his concerns about the so arming nearly 100,000 so-called patriots, warning that it will produce revolutionary situation unless we devise a system for immediately on the liberation of the territory, taking them into either our or the Italian army. 37. A month after Alexander's broadcast announcing that the Allied advance in northern Italy had halted for the winter, representatives of the northern resistance reached Rome to meet the Allied Commission running Italy. Against their better instincts they signed a pact whereby in return for money, food, and arms they recognized Allied authority and agreed to hand over control to Allied forces when they arrived. In other words, they agreed not to make a revolution. 38. In March 1945 Kesselring began secret negotiations with Alan Dulles, head of the OSS, who was based in Switzerland. The Germans offered to surrender so as to forestall a communist uprising or a Yugoslav advance into Italy. The Americans were prevented from making any agreement by furious protests from the Russians when they discovered what was going on. In late April the talks resumed with Russian observers present, and surrender terms were agreed. Alexander instructed the Germans to stay in position, to maintain law and order, and only to surrender to Allied troops. The resistance was not to be allowed to liberate northern Italy. 39. In the event the resistance took matters into their own hands, launching an uprising in Genoa on April 23, and going on to liberate all the great cities of the north, before Allied forces arrived. The National Liberation Committees held effective power. These were based on the anti-fascist parties, giving equal representation to the Christian Democrats, the Communists, and the Action Party, despite a huge majority of partisans identifying with the latter two parties. The Communists ensured that the CLNs disarmed the resistance fighters and then dissolved themselves. As Minister of Justice, Togliatti agreed to an effective amnesty for all but the very worst fascists, to the restoration of the independence of the judiciary, and to a law which allowed ex-partisans to be tried for crimes against the state, Mussolini's State. 40. As reprisals took place against fascists, Togliatti told communists in Emilia, one of the hot spots, that, in the north, the party must fight all forms of illegality. To guarantee the elections will take place in the next 3 or 4 months, we must keep order through the actions of the party. This is especially important in the Emilia province, where illegal acts were most serious. You in Emilia have nowadays a special responsibility. You must give us the assurance that if there will be struggles they will unfold under our leadership. 41. The number of Italians who died fighting the fascist and Nazi forces between September 1943 and May 1945 equaled those that died fighting for Mussolini between 1940 and 1943. 42. One member of British Special Forces who parachuted into Carnia in the far northeast reported thus, "I think that period for Italy, history will prove me on this point, will possibly be a more glorious period than the Risorgimento. That's what I feel." The sacrifices made by the youngsters, instinctively they would throw away their lives. What we gave the partisans was not very much, we gave them a few arms, and a few blankets, and a few canned goods, and that's all they got, plus their guts and ours. 43. France. Events similar to those in Italy were unfolding in France. Food shortages had provoked riots during the winter of 1940-41 and continued into the next winter. There were already class divisions apparent in attitudes towards Vichy and the German occupation, as the historian of pre-war and wartime France, Julian Jackson, outlines. Early in 1941, the prefect of the Lot noted that collaboration was supported by the bourgeoisie, the peasants showed no open hostility, and the workers were against it. In December of the same year, the prefect of the Limoges region reported, very striking hostility to the government from most workers, small farmers, small shopkeepers, and artisans, unreserved support from big business and big shopkeepers, magistrates, and notables. 44. Jackson notes the indecent haste of big business in securing contracts from the Germans and that business circles sympathized with its social values. By the end of 1941, 7,000 businesses were producing directly to meet German orders, and that figure had doubled by 1944.45. The establishment was heavily compromised by its support for Vichy. Even the minority who opposed Pétain's capitulation were content to simply wait for an Allied invasion. The German occupation became harsher with the move to a total war economy in 1942, which required more from France in terms of production, agricultural produce, and manpower for the Reich. France provided 42% of German transport planes by 1943. The extermination program against the Jews began in 1942 and was extended to France. Collaboration now meant complete involvement in the Third Reich and its program of mass murder. The Germans relied heavily on Vichy's security forces to maintain order in France. Between May 1942 and May 1943, some 16,000 communists and Gaullists were arrested by French police working in close cooperation with the Germans. During 1942, 36,802 Jews were rounded up and sent to the death camps by French police. 46 Under Vichy, 650,000 French civilian workers were compulsorily enlisted to Germany, 30,000 French were shot as hostages or as resistors, and another 60,000 were deported to German concentration camps. 47. Real wage levels in the Paris region had fallen to nearly half their 1939 value by the end of 1943. That began to translate into industrial discontent. In the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region, 39,000 miners struck in October 1943 and won increased wages, despite the usual arrests and deportations. The fact that the German authorities worked closely with the employers during the strike helped breed resistance to the occupation. Miners made up 47% of those arrested in the area during the occupation, with other manual workers making up 29% and the unemployed 12%. 4/5 of manual workers and almost 1/2 of all resistors were in communist organized groups. 48. Armed resistance began on August 21, 1941, when a young German naval officer on his way to work was shot dead at the Barbes-Rochecoart metro station on the edge of Paris's Montmartre district. The killing, the first such assassination, was carried out by a 22-year-old communist veteran of the Spanish Civil War, Pierre Georges, better known by his codename, Colonel Fabien. 2 days before the attack, 2 communists had been executed after being arrested on a street demonstration. 5 French hostages were executed after Fabien's attack. Not to be outdone, Vichy tried and executed 6 communists in August and September, even though they were not involved in military resistance. The communists would soon set up the Franctireurs et Partisans Français. Resistance actions quickly led to German reprisals. Hitler directly ordered the execution of 97 hostages after 2 officers were killed in Nantes and Bordeaux in October 1941. After the Bordeaux hostages were murdered, de Gaulle broadcast from London ordering an end to the assassinations by the resistance. The communists ignored him. At this time he had only rallied some of the smaller garrisons in the French colonial empire and he seemed insignificant. The introduction of labor conscription led to the rise of the Maquis, young workers and peasants who had fled to the remote country and employed guerrilla tactics against the occupiers. They become an important part of the resistance. 49. In January 1943, Vichy launched the Milice Française under the command of Joseph Darnand, an activist in the pre-war fascist leagues. Recruits pledged to fight against democracy, against Gaullist insurrection and against Jewish leprosy. 50. At first the Germans were reluctant to provide any French force with arms, even the milice. The militia quickly found itself suffering casualties at the hands of the resistance. In October, Darnand swore allegiance to Hitler and enrolled in the Waffen-SS. Arms then followed. 51. In May 1943 the Communists joined with the Socialist and Radical parties, the largest union federation, the CGT, and other groups to create a National Council of the Resistance. Its authority was not recognized by de Gaulle, in exile in London then Algiers. The Gaullists and the Communists both talked in nationalist terms. The significant difference was that the Gaullists generally followed a policy of waiting for the Allies to arrive, while the Communists prosecuted armed attacks on the Germans and their allies. By October 1943 the Communist FTP could rely on 12,000 activists across France. Beyond them were thousands more involved in distributing resistance material. In the canton there were 10 active sympathizers for each fighter. Arms were few, however, despite Allied promises. 52. At the close of the First World War, the Russian revolutionaries had stressed the need to fight the main enemy, the ruling class at home, to reject chauvinism and to build fraternization among the opposing forces facing each other in the trenches. The French communists claimed to be followers of Lenin, but their actions flew in the face of what he had argued, as they wrapped themselves in the tricolor and used nationalist rhetoric. In contrast to the communists, the tiny forces of the French Trotskyists were able to engage in limited but significant work of fraternization with occupying German soldiers. As Ian Burkle points out, in terms of sheer quantity the PCF distributed far more propaganda aimed at German troops. But what they produced fell within the normal framework of military propaganda aimed at demoralizing enemy forces. For the Trotskyists, however, German workers in uniform were to be perceived, not as an object of a military tactic, but as part of the subject of revolutionary change. A paper aimed at German soldiers, Arbeiter und Soldat, was produced by a young German Trotskyist, Paul Weidlin, and distributed in Paris and especially in Brest. 53. In 1943 the Gestapo raided a meeting in Brest. 17 German soldiers and a French Trotskyist, Robert Cruity, were shot. In July 1944 Weidlin was arrested by the Gestapo, tortured and left for dead. He was taken to hospital, but the Gestapo found him and this time succeeded in killing him. Undermining the morale of the German forces was no easy matter and made harder by the fact that none of the Allies, including Russia, had any interest in fomenting dissent among Germans, whether in uniform or not. 54. The British and the Americans had different attitudes towards France. The former wanted to rebuild France as a power in the post-war world, but one owing its allegiance to Britain. Accordingly they had recognized the exiled General Charles de Gaulle as leader of the Free French. Washington distrusted de Gaulle and was less keen on restoring French power. Until the eve of the invasion of France they looked to winning the support of senior figures associated with Pétain's puppet regime in Vichy. For his part, de Gaulle was determined to play off all the Allied powers in order to create a strong, independent France. That increasingly depended on bringing the internal resistance to heel. De Gaulle's Free French movement relied largely on colonial troops from the minority of French overseas territories that had rallied to him, but was officered by military men appalled by both Vichy and the communist-led resistance. They had no faith in guerrilla warfare, pinning their hopes instead on French forces playing a powerful role in an Allied invasion of France. 55. De Gaulle was soon to prove his worth to the Allies. In September 1943 there was a popular uprising on the island of Corsica involving resistance forces and Italian troops who joined them after Mussolini's fall. Together they defeated the Germans, forcing them to quit the island. De Gaulle's Free French forces arrived from Algeria and abolished the liberation committees that were running the island. By the summer of 1944 the Americans and British needed someone to do the same in mainland France. Washington swallowed its qualms about de Gaulle. The US and the British would allow him to gain control of the country at the expense of the left. 56. The Allies believed some 3 million people might aid their invasion effort in some way. This included 800,000 workers in communist-led unions who could disrupt transport and other services. By the end of May 1944, a week before the D-Day landings, the Allies estimated there were some 500,000 potential resistance fighters in France, but there was a chronic shortage of arms and ammunition. In Lyon 4,000 resistors had just 150 weapons. In Paris 16,000 had just 600.57. There were no clear directions to the resistance forces from Allied command or from de Gaulle. In a number of areas the Gaullist secret army, often led by former regular officers, had developed plans to take over swathes of territory in expectation of a prompt Allied arrival. The communist-led FTP scorned such tactics, arguing they left resistance forces liable to German attack. Free French units began concentrating in the Verkers, a high plateau south of Grenoble, on news of the landings to the north. By June 9 there were 3,000 fighters there. On July 3, they proclaimed the restoration of the French Republic. The resistance fighters expected arms from the Allies, but no deliveries of heavy weapons came. They expected an Allied landing on the Mediterranean coast, but this was postponed until August 15. They expected Free French regular troops to be airlifted in, but that did not happen either. 58 At the end of July the Germans attacked using Alpine units backed up by panzers and the Luftwaffe. The fighters did not have the means to resist such forces. 650 paid with their lives. 59. Meanwhile, the Germans reacted to resistance attacks elsewhere with reprisals against civilians. At Oradour-sur-Glane, north of Limoges, the Waffen-SS Das Reich Tank Division, moving north to Normandy, killed 642 people, virtually the entire population. 60 The Allied invasion unleashed uprisings in Paris and various industrial towns and cities. A nationwide rail strike in August 1944 paralysed the country. Liberation committees took over the running of much of France. On August 19, 1944 the resistance launched an uprising to free Paris before the Americans arrived. De Gaulle successfully persuaded the Allies to allow Free French armored forces to move forward to be the first into the city. De Gaulle quickly followed in their wake. He imperiously took over the capital, treating the resistance with disdain and demanding they demobilize and disarm. The Communist Party accepted this. One state, one police force, one army, was the slogan offered by Maurice Thérèse, General Secretary of the French Communist Party, on his return to France in November 1944. General de Gaulle had allowed his return knowing he would enforce Moscow's line of coalition with nationalist parties. Under Thérèse's leadership the party not only participated in de Gaulle's government but allowed him to veto its ministerial candidates. 61 De Gaulle himself was far from being a consistent Democrat. Prior to the war, in 1934, he had advocated the formation of a shock army of 6 mechanized divisions. The priority of this proposed force was to prevent a situation of anarchy, perhaps of civil war. He criticized the police's inability to maintain order, and claimed the army could not cope because its units are now all formed of voters or natives. 62 De Gaulle became president of the new French Republic following liberation but stepped down in 1946, and with the onset of the Cold War his Rassemblement du Peuple Français employed shock troops against the communists in a series of bitter street clashes. 63. In France the purge of Vichyite collaborators, the épuration, saw 10,000 people killed by local resistance fighters. Thérèse backed de Gaulle in demanding an end to the épuration and the dissolution of all extra-parliamentary institutions. During the official process of denazification nearly 7,000 people were sentenced to death, but, as Calco points out, only 770 were actually executed, and over 38,000 of the roughly 4 times that number who were tried for collaboration were sent to prison or forced labor for some term. 64 Vichy's defenders, who would quickly re-emerge after the war, would claim the resistance carried out up to 150,000 reprisal killings after the liberation. They wanted to paint this as another terror, similar to that of the Jacobins after the French Revolution. Probably some 10,000 reprisal killings were carried out, which pales before the 100,000 killings of French men, women, and children carried out by the Germans and Vichy during the occupation. 65. In Spain, Franco's forces carried out some 180,000 executions. 66 These were justified by the terror which supposedly gripped the Republican zone. Yet their executions totaled 38,000, about half taking place in the first 6 weeks of the war following Franco's rebellion. All the parties in the Republic argued against such killings and strove to end them, with some success. In the rebel zone executions were officially encouraged and continued unabated throughout the war. 67. A similar attempt was made to create a myth of mass reprisal killings by communist partisans in Italy at the end of the war. Belgium. In Belgium by mid-1944 collaborationist forces were carrying out attacks on resistance forces in what was becoming a civil war. In September 1944 British forces liberated Brussels and Antwerp. The Belgian resistance numbered 80,000, bigger proportionally than the French but much less disciplined by the communists. The monarchy and the established parties including the socialists had collaborated with the German occupiers. Nevertheless these were the very forces put in government by the Allies. Despite instructions from Eisenhower and their own leaders to disarm, the resistance fighters kept their weapons. They did not trust the new administration. They called a demonstration in central Brussels on November 25. Belgian troops occupied the city's Grand Place, with British tanks and troops in support. When the demonstrators tried to enter the square, troops opened fire, killing 35. A general strike was immediately called. Churchill warned the House of Commons that the revolution was underway. 68 However, the Communists and their allies soon gained control and called the strike off, entering the government in the interests of the common war effort. 69 Once again the working class were championing democratic change, which meant ousting the politicians who had worked for the occupiers, but found themselves opposed by the Allies and the Communist Party, acting in accord with Russian diplomatic needs. Greece. Churchill had remarked to Anthony Eden in the summer of 1940 that only one major prize, Greece, could now be won by British arms alone. 70 Yet by late 1944 the Greek Communist-led People's Liberation Army, ELIS, claimed control of 3/4 of the country. 71 Prior to the war Greece was ruled by the royalist, pro-German Marxist dictatorship. The official political structures were polarist between republicans and royalists, themselves subdivided into a myriad of factions. Marxist's sympathies for Germany did not prevent Hitler sending in a German invasion force to bail out Mussolini's botched invasion in 1941. After the invasion, King George II fled first to Crete and then on to Cairo, and Greek politicians, whether royalist or republican, began vying for favors from the German and Italian occupiers. Nominally a right-wing Greek government ruled from Athens, but it was a puppet of the occupiers. Companies like Krupps and IG Farben followed close on the tails of the Wehrmacht, and a Krupps agent, seconded to the army, could soon report that, during the period 1 to 10 May 1941 in Athens, the entire output of Greek mines of pyrites, iron ore, chrome, nickel, magnesite, manganese, bauxite, and gold was obtained for Germany on a long-term basis. 72. German occupation produced familiar results: famine, inflation, and expropriation, all of which led to a profound sense of alienation and tore apart the existing structures of Greek society. 73 In the winter of 1941-42 the daily diet in Athens and on the Greek islands fell to between 600 and 800 calories, less than half the recommended amount. But this situation also produced another familiar pattern, the growth of popular resistance, which bypassed the old established parties as it flowed leftwards. The Greek Communist Party, which had operated underground pre-war, took the decision to launch a broad resistance movement, EAM, the National Liberation Front. In April 1942 wildcat strikes forced the Germans to distribute food and then to release those strikers who had been arrested. In February 1943 students began street protests against the conscription of civilian labor for work in Germany. Strikes spread among civil servants, council, and bank workers, with workers joining the students on the streets. On March 5 EAM called a mass protest in central Athens with 7,000 heeding the call. Greek police opened fire. 5 protesters died. The next day there was an effective general strike. The Greek collaborationist regime was forced to announce that no one would be conscripted to work in Germany. By the summer of 1943 EAM's armed wing, ELIS, the Greek People's Liberation Army, began carrying out attacks on occupying forces, winning control of parts of northern Greece and the Peloponnese. Historian Mark Mazur quotes a figure of 17,000 guerrilla fighters in the late spring of that year, the vast majority affiliated to ELIS. 74. The success of the Yugoslav partisans and the presence of the Red Army in Bulgaria and Hungary threatened to cut off the German occupation forces in Greece. The Germans decided to withdraw northwards towards Croatia. Reacting to the news in September that the Red Army had entered Bulgaria, Eden telegraphed Churchill arguing, "Even if they do not penetrate into Greek territory, their presence in the Balkans is bound to produce strong political reactions." He added that unless British forces entered the region soon, the influence of Great Britain will suffer seriously. 75. In one of the most extraordinary episodes of the war, in November 1943, a British SO officer stationed in Greece travelled to Athens to meet the head of the German field police to discuss possible collaboration against Russian forces if they reached Greece. Officially, the British agent was acting on his own initiative, but his superior officer, with whom he was in radio contact, was sacked. The documentation regarding this affair remains closed. 76. Britain was the power designated to deal with Greece. An exiled Greek army was based in Egypt, but in March 1944 it mutinied in protest at the monarchy's refusal to promote active resistance and in support of the inclusion of EAM in the government. British forces dealt harshly with the mutineers, putting 20,000 in prisoner of war camps. Greece was of strategic importance to Britain. As one of its intelligence officers explained in May 1944, "Our long-term policy towards Greece is to retain her as a British sphere of influence, and a Russian-dominated Greece would not be in accordance with British strategy in the Eastern Mediterranean." 77. But Churchill also had an eye on resistance forces elsewhere in southern Europe. He argued that British intervention against the Greek resistance was needed to deter radical uprisings that may spread to Italy and beyond. 78. By the summer of 1944, EAM/LS controlled huge areas of the country, holding popular assemblies, granting votes to women for the first time, providing education and law courts. At the same time, rival political groups, Royalist and Republican, moved towards open collaboration with the Germans. The British, despite their hostility to EAM/LS, were forced to provide arms in recognition of the role they were playing in fighting the Germans. EAM/LS were suspicious of the British, whose aid had generally flowed to Royalist groups that were now collaborating with the Germans. In July 1944 a Russian mission arrived at LS headquarters, but Churchill needn't have worried. As military historian John Erickson argues, the role of the Soviet mission to LS proved to be policing the unpalatable decisions already made in Moscow, deferring all and any plans for a communist coup in Greece. 79. The Greek communist leadership met the following month and after a bitter debate agreed to join with the British-backed government in exile. In October 1944, as German forces began evacuating Greece, EAM took over the running of much of the country, but stood by an agreement with the British not to enter Athens, which the British would control. British forces landed in Patras on October 3 and then parachuted into Athens the day after the Germans left. As British troop numbers built up, it was clear they were there not to fight the Germans, who had already left the country, but to prevent EAM taking power. 80. Initially LS fighters were not interested in confronting the British but rather in pursuing those forces that had collaborated with the Germans, but a confrontation with the British could not be avoided. At this stage the Americans looked with some suspicion on Britain's involvement in Greece, not out of sympathy with the resistance but out of discomfort at Britain pursuing its own interests. The US refused to release landing craft to take British troops from southern Italy to Piraeus. The US Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral King, said that the intervention in Greece does not appear to be a war in which the United States is participating. 81. EAM and LS had committed to avoid clashes with the British and offered to disarm as part of a general disarmament if the king stood down and was replaced by a regent. The dominant force in EAM/LS, the Communist Party, was clear that in line with Churchill and Stalin's negotiations, the country fell within the British sphere of influence. Churchill was determined to restore the king and to leave intact a vehemently anti-democratic elite. British troops were supplemented by the security battalions that had been recruited by the puppet regime installed by the Germans to fight the resistance. On December 2 the British-appointed government banned LS. EAM called a demonstration in central Athens for the following Sunday, which the government granted permission for. Hours before the Sunday demonstration, official permission was withdrawn. Crowds gathered in the city center. At Constitution Square, police opened fire, killing 24 demonstrators and wounding 150. British troops stood ready to help. 82 Churchill telegraphed the British commander, General Scobie, with the instructions: "Do not hesitate to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion was in progress. We have to hold and dominate Athens. It would be a great thing for you to succeed in this without bloodshed if possible, but also with bloodshed if necessary." 83 Ella's troops set off for Athens and 16,000 British troops were quickly cut off with little food. Spitfires and Beaufighters strafed working-class suburbs. The British suffered a major blow when Ella's fighters took their HQ and main air base at Kifisia, on December 19, 1944, with the capture of many British prisoners. 84 The British feared military defeat, with Field Marshal Alexander warning of a first-class disaster. 85 Churchill arrived in Athens at Christmas 1944 and had to be driven in a tank, wearing a steel helmet, to a conference with a motley crew of Greek politicians and clerics. As the discussions began, British snipers were at the windows as incoming fire hit the building. Churchill described the scene as intensely dramatic. 86 His presence in Athens summed up Britain's position in the war, where the American and Soviet principals stared at large-scale maps, moving vast armies this way and that, engaged in a struggle for mastery in the broad geopolitical sense. The British leader was ducking and weaving in the fragmented world of Greek politics, dealing in scarce landing craft rather than whole divisions, but determined for all that to ensure Britain got her dues as she conceived them to be. 87 Churchill installed a government excluding EAM. The new government began recruiting former collaborators, and Churchill told Anthony Eden, "It seems to me that the collaborators in Greece in many cases did the best they could to shelter the Greek population from German oppression. The communists are the main foe. There should be no question of increasing the severities against the collaborationists in order to win communist approval." 88 The British rounded up and interned 15,000 leftists, putting 8,000 in camps in the Middle East. The Russians actively helped the British in their conflict with Elis. Moscow insisted that the Greek Communist Party agree to a ceasefire. At the Yalta summit, Stalin told Churchill he had no criticism of British policy in Greece, he simply wanted news of the situation. As Ericsson comments, the hint was broad and crude: if the British did not break the rules, the situation in Greece would continue. 89 The subsequent agreement, brokered in February 1945, as the Allies met in Yalta, permitted the Communists to operate openly and pledged that there would be free elections. This was never acted upon. Instead, former Elis fighters suffered growing persecution and assassinations. Formally, EAM and the Communist Party were legal parties, but their activists faced jail sentences, newspaper vendors who sold their papers were beaten up, and general repression mounted. The key Elis commander, Volokiadis, was expelled from the Communist Party for opposing the peace agreement. 2 days later, right-wing forces captured and decapitated him. It was widely believed he had been betrayed by his former comrades. Elis fighters began slipping back into the mountains to avoid arrest and harassment, attempting to wage a new guerrilla civil war, which they lost. 90 The British claimed that EAM/Elis wished to take control of Greece and create a Soviet-style regime. Yet the resistance had controlled the country in October 1944 and could have prevented British forces arriving. Similarly, in December 1944 they had held Athens in their hand but agreed voluntarily to withdraw, leaving British forces in control. Regarding Stalin's attitude to the Greek communists, Ericsson writes, Stalin's grand strategy did not admit of much generosity towards his communist associates if they stood in the way of the accommodation he saw temporarily with his major partners in the alliance. Over Poland he chose to use the communists as wedges to force accommodation on his terms. In Greece they became prime instruments in implementing the bargain with the British at the cost of all their hopes for a takeover, and over Yugoslavia Stalin showed himself highly suspicious of the uncompromising attitude of the partisan leadership. 91. Churchill himself admitted that the alliance with Stalin was key to stemming revolutionary movements in Western Europe. At this time, every country that is liberated or converted by our victories is seething with communists. All are linked together, and only our influence with Russia prevents their activity stimulating this movement, deadly as I conceive it to peace and also to the freedom of mankind. 92. At the Potsdam Conference in August 1945, both the Americans and the Russians were prepared to point to the lack of democracy in Greece to discomfort the British, but that was as far as their concern went. The U.S. ambassador sent a report to his country's delegation highlighting the deficiencies of present Greek regional administrative and judicial procedure, for the civil liberties of leftists and Slavophones, and fingering the National Guard, many of whom had served as gendarmes under both Metaxas and the Germans. 93. He concluded that foreign troops were needed to maintain order. Molotov circulated a note criticizing repression and calling for an agreement guaranteeing EAM legal status to be honored. That was as far as the Russians went. 94. Elections in 1946 were so badly rigged that the Communists refused to take part, and clashes developed into a full-scale civil war. The Russians blew hot and cold over supporting the Greek Communists because they still hoped to maintain the wartime alliance, even though tensions were growing. In February 1947, the British could no longer afford the cost of sustaining the right-wing regime and passed the task on to the Americans, who by now were determined to stop what they perceived as a communist takeover. By the start of 1947, the Communists were weaker and more isolated than they had been in 1944. Their leaders insisted on holding fixed lines in the northern mountains, allowing the royalist forces to use bombing and US-supplied napalm against them. As Mazur argues, ultimately the KKE got the worst of both worlds. Its half-hearted commitment to legalism frustrated many activists inside the party without removing the suspicion of its bourgeois opponents. 95. He also points out, regarding claims that the Communists were out to seize power, that, on the contrary, what evidence there is suggests the KKE, insofar as its divided leadership was capable of any decisions at all in the absence of a clear lead from Moscow, had decided not to seize power at a time when it easily could have done so. 96. The apparent success of Churchill's intervention in Greece had an impact on British politics. For a further 10 years Britain believed itself still to be the key player in the Mediterranean. In 1956, after the Egyptian President Nasser nationalised the Suez Canal, Churchill's coup in Greece was held up as an example to follow by those urging Anthony Eden to invade Egypt to retake the Suez Canal. They assumed, wrongly, that the US would eventually accept this course of action as they had Churchill's in Greece. The Suez fiasco ended Britain's imperial illusions. In Greece, civil war and repression paved the way for the dictatorship of the colonels, which lasted from 1967 to 1974. Greek society still bears the scars. Parceling up Europe. As the prospect of Allied armies advancing into Europe loomed, in August 1943 Stalin proposed that a commission of the three Allied powers would jointly run Italy following Mussolini's fall, as well as Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. The US and Britain vetoed Stalin's proposal, being determined to exclude the Russians from Italy. But as Kalko writes, by blocking the possibility of a Soviet veto in Italy, the Anglo-Americans gave themselves a free political hand in that country, but also revealed to Stalin the decisive political constraints the Americans and British were prepared to impose where their political and strategic interests were involved. Much more important, it confirmed the reality that military conquest rather than negotiations would define the political outcome of the war in Europe. 97. Stalin now applied this principle vigorously. In Italy and Greece the British and Americans were given free hand, at whatever cost to the Communists. When in August 1944 Romania signed an armistice with the invading Russian army, Stalin announced he would apply the same arrangements there as the Anglo-Americans had applied in Italy. Both Western powers were excluded from any say over the running of Romania and by extension Bulgaria and Hungary, which lay on the Russians' line of advance. 98. In Romania, the Communist Party emerged from hiding to join a government which included the remnants of the old pro-fascist dictatorship under King Michael. The Communist Party, Eriksson points out, was swelled with a horde of place-seekers, collaborationists, and men on the run from their Iron Guard past. It was one bloated with elements which only weeks earlier had manned or supported the Antonescu dictatorship, the same thugs, secret policemen, and soldiers swelled with the riffraff signed up by the communist leadership. 99. After the initial Russian occupation, coalition governments were formed with communists in a minority, but in control of the security forces. As long as politicians agreed to follow Moscow's diplomatic line, they were acceptable. In 1947–48, as the Cold War developed, the Communists moved to exert complete control, bulldozing through mergers with the socialist parties, excluding virtually all non-communists, and then purging party members who had operated outside the Soviet Union during the war and were thus deemed too independent. 100. The US and Britain blocked Russia having any say in the unelected occupation administration of Italy and other Western European countries, but in Eastern Europe the US demanded elections. Stalin, naturally, had no interest in that. Above all, he did not want strong governments in Eastern Europe, even if they shared the same ideology as him. Yugoslavia. The most powerful European resistance force to emerge in the Second World War was in Yugoslavia. The Yugoslav state had been created at the close of the First World War as one of the cornerstones of a pro-French alliance of Central and Eastern states designed to police a re-emergent Germany. On March 25, 1941, the Yugoslav government signed a pact with Germany and Italy, allying itself with the Axis and permitting free passage of German troops en route to invade Greece. 2 days later, military officers staged a coup in Belgrade, ousting that government and deposing the pro-German regent, Prince Paul, and replacing him with 17-year-old King Peter II. The new regime pleaded neutrality, but British funds had been available to the plotters. On April 6, the Germans bombed the Serb capital, and within a few days German, Italian, Bulgarian, and Hungarian troops invaded. The government surrendered on April 17. Yugoslavia was divided between its invaders, with Germany receiving the greatest territorial and economic control, to the chagrin of Mussolini, who viewed the Balkans as part of Italy's spazio vitale. 101. Mussolini championed Ante Pavlik and his Ustashi, who, after the destruction of Yugoslavia, took control of a rump Croatian state and began the ethnic cleansing of Jews, Orthodox Christians, and Muslims. By 1943, the German military estimated the Ustashi regime had murdered at least 400,000 people. The Germans too employed reprisals against opposition to their occupation of the bulk of Serbia. In October 1941, following a partisan attack on German soldiers near the Serbian city of Kragujevac, the Nazis shot and killed between 6,000 and 8,000 people in 3 days, 50 people for each wounded soldier, 100 for each dead soldier. Among those killed was a whole generation of boys taken directly from their secondary school. Meanwhile, 2 resistance forces began to emerge. The first was based around former Yugoslav officers who were loyal to the exiled Prince Paul, essentially Serbian nationalists who were extremely anti-communist. The other was led by the veteran communist Josip Broz Tito and began rallying wider forces loyal to the idea of a federation of Slav people within Yugoslavia. In October 1941, the German military commander in Serbia, Harold Turner, wrote of the German response to partisan attacks, "The devil is loose here. You probably know, 5 weeks ago, I put the first 600 against the wall. Since then, in one mopping up operation we did in another 1,000, in a further operation again some 1,000, and in between I had 2,000 Jews and 200 Gypsies shot in accordance with the quota 1:100 for bestially murdered German soldiers, and a further 2,200, likewise almost all Jews, will be shot in the next 8 days. Turner added that the Jews have to disappear. 102. During the winter of 1941–42, Hungarian occupying troops and security forces massacred several thousand Serbs and Jews in the area around Novi Sad. 103. The Royalists, Chetniks, as they became known, largely avoided military attacks against occupation forces, instead waiting for the British and Americans to arrive. Tito's partisans began widespread guerrilla warfare, from Ljubljana in Slovenia to the mountains of Montenegro, becoming known as the People's Liberation Movement. Tito's message of brotherhood, ethnic solidarity, and a common patriotic struggle to free the country from foreign domination began to attract wider support. The partisans were the lone force in Yugoslavia that refused to recruit on a religious basis and who always appeared to be on the side of the underdog, those fighting for their lives and livelihood against exploiters, exterminators, and invaders. 104 The partisans were also fired by the desire to give solidarity to Russia, Panslavism playing a part in this as well as party loyalty to Moscow. The partisans' base was overwhelmingly among the peasants who were attracted by the prospect of land reform, moderate though Tito's promises were, while the Chetniks represented the old landowning classes. As the partisans' support grew, the Chetniks felt threatened and began to broker local deals with the Germans and Italians, culminating in joint operations against Tito's forces. By the autumn of 1941, Tito's forces had begun operations in Serbia and established a headquarters with a printing press and arms factory at Uzas. When the Germans attacked Uzas, the Chetnik leader Mihailovic proposed a truce and then assisted their assault. 105. The partisans survived the winter of 1941-42 against the odds. In June 1942, 30,000 German and Croat troops were sent into the field against 3,500 partisans. Many partisans were killed, but Tito's force survived, a victory in itself. By the year's end there were 11,000 partisans in Bosnia and some 40,000 across the whole of former Yugoslavia. One reason for their survival was the failure of the two occupying Axis powers to coordinate counterinsurgency operations, reflecting the fact that Germany and Italy vied with each other for control of the Balkans, with the Germans enjoying overwhelming success. By November 1942 the partisans had sufficient support to convene a national assembly at Bihać, which allowed them to create the Anti-Fascist Council of National Liberation of Yugoslavia, laying the foundations for the provisional government to be formed a year later. 106. Following Mussolini's dismissal in July 1943, the Italian occupation collapsed. Many Italian troops attempted to flee home, most were rounded up by the Germans, while some joined Tito's forces, forming a Garibaldi brigade. The partisans seized large stocks of Italian arms and took control of large areas of Croatia and the islands in the Adriatic. 107 The Russians had done nothing to encourage Tito's partisan armies in Yugoslavia, while praising royalist forces that talked resistance but cooperated with Germany and Italy against their communist opponents. In 1942 the hard-pressed partisans had requested Russian aid and were refused, being advised instead to unite with the Chetniks and told that Moscow had sent a military mission to Mihailovic. Tito would receive more aid from Britain when Churchill, despite his monarchism, recognized that the communists were the ones killing Germans. The British had glimpsed that the Yugoslavs were on a collision course with Stalin. 108. Stalin was reported to have been enraged when in 1943 he received a telegram from the partisans asking, "If you cannot send us assistance, then at least do not hamper us." 109 Moscow suspected that the Yugoslavs were essentially nationalists who wanted to exercise hegemony in the Balkans, an area allocated to Russian control. The unity Tito had created among the component parts of the Yugoslav population was an attractive prospect for others in the Balkans. The crucial thing was that Tito had created his own popular base, which meant he could deal with Stalin on equal terms. By the close of 1943 Tito could claim some 250,000 fighters. His Chetnik opponents were openly siding with the Germans. 110. The scale of partisan support won recognition from the American news journal, Time, which featured their exploits in February 1943, reporting, "Down through the rocky hills of Croatia and Bosnia last week swept a formidable Axis army. Its aim, destruction of the partisan armies and liquidation of the free democratic state comprising roughly 1/6 of Yugoslavia, larger than Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island combined." The Stukas started off well by destroying the towns of Drvar and Stalingrad. Not without reason had the German High Command decided to engage in a major operation against the Yugoslav partisans at a time when every Axis soldier was needed in Russia. The partisans had proved themselves a menace to Hitler's new order. In a recent advance their armies, commanded by stalwart, black-haired Kostanaki, captured the town of Karlovac, 30 miles from the Croatian capital of Zagreb, and approached Banja Luka, Bosnia's second largest town, throwing the fear of the Lord into the hearts of the puppet government. 111. The timepiece noted Eisenhower had issued a note of congratulations to Mihailovic, adding that when they approached the exiled royal government, pressed by journalists, the émigré officials admitted they had no idea where Mihailovic was, that he had been inactive for months while partisans were doing almost all the fighting. 112. This was the key reason why the British switched to supporting Tito. In contrast, as late as August 1944, the USOSS had sent a military mission to Mihailovic, which attempted to open negotiations about a separate surrender with German commanders. The mission was hastily withdrawn after Churchill complained to Roosevelt. The British and Americans agreed to provide air support for an offensive in September by 8 partisan divisions across Yugoslavia aimed at cutting German communications in the Balkan theater. Axis forces lost 4,187 killed, 2,000 wounded, and 5,782 captured. By the autumn of 1944 the Yugoslav partisans had liberated much of the country and had defeated a final German offensive against them, estimating German losses at 43,000. The partisans were holding down 21 German divisions, equal to the German force confronting the Allied armies in Italy. 113. 2 million women joined the National Liberation Movement. According to the official figures issued post-war, out of 800,000 fighters, 100,000 were women, 70% of the guerrillas were under the age of 20, all nationalities were represented, and the majority were from peasant backgrounds. 114. As the Red Army neared Serbia, Tito flew to Moscow to meet Stalin in September 1944. He told Churchill's representative to the partisans that he needed to repair relations with the Russian dictator. He also sought to determine the status of the Russian forces entering the country. The meeting saw the two leaders clash, but Tito secured Stalin's agreement that the Yugoslavs could run their country and that the Red Army would quit Yugoslavia once it was cleared of German forces. The Red Army helped take Belgrade, treated the civilian population with contempt and then went on its way, leaving renewed tensions between Belgrade and Moscow. Tito was aware that Moscow was trying to subvert his supporters and to secure control over Yugoslav intelligence and military forces. Later the Yugoslav leader simply ignored a statement from the three Allied leaders issued from Yalta that he should include non-collaborationist right-wingers in his government. All of this would later erupt into a dramatic break with Stalin. 115. Albania. The Yugoslav partisans played a crucial role in the development of the Albanian resistance, first against the Italians and then the Germans, although this would later be denied by the post-war Enver Hoxha regime, which sided with Moscow in the Tito-Stalin split. Albania had declared itself independent from the Ottoman Empire in 1912. Much of the country was occupied by the Italians during the First World War, but they failed to secure annexation during the Versailles negotiations. The country was woefully underdeveloped and deeply divided. Ahmet Zog, who ruled interwar Albania first as prime minister, then as president, and finally as King Zog, was forced by the onset of the Great Depression to beg for a loan from Mussolini. Under its terms, Italy assumed effective control of Albania's foreign policy and awarded itself the right to intervene in its internal affairs. Not content with that, Mussolini annexed the country in 1939. There was little resistance and Zog fled into exile. 116. The Italians had no real support in the country and the economy deteriorated. By 1942 Italian control was effectively restricted to the towns and cities. At this stage the resistance bands were localized and based round particular influential families. The Albanian Communist Party was effectively founded in November 1941 after the intervention of Yugoslav emissaries united disparate factions. 15 people were present at the inaugural meeting, which elected a central committee and chose Enver Hoxha as the party's general secretary. He has been described as a nationalist first, then a Stalinist communist, and finally as an intellectual. 117 The Communists helped launch the National Liberation Movement, whose partisans began large-scale operations against the Italians, spurred on by the Red Army's victory at Stalingrad. By June 1943 it claimed 10,000 partisans in 30 bands and 20 divisions. 118. The Italian collapse in the summer of 1943 led to the Germans occupying Albania to secure communications with Greece. 15,000 Italian troops surrendered to the partisans, with between 1,500 and 2,000 joining the Antonio Gramsci battalion that fought with the resistance. 119 The various royalist and regional resistance groupings would be drawn into collaborating with the Nazis, who recruited Albanians for a special SS unit and for anti-partisan operations. By February 1943 the Germans could count on the cooperation of 10,000 Albanians formerly in resistance bands. In Kosovo, the mainly Albanian province of Yugoslavia incorporated into Greater Albania by Mussolini in 1941, the Third Reich encouraged the ethnic cleansing of the Serb population. 120 Despite a number of effective anti-partisan operations by the Germans and their Albanian allies, the NLM gathered strength. The German historian, Bernd J. Fischer, explains why the partisan goal of re-establishing an independent Albania under a social system based upon equality, was something for which many were willing to sacrifice. Conversely, few were willing to make similar sacrifices for the re-establishment of the old social system under Zog, which had clearly failed. 121. The other nationalist, anti-communist groups were tarred by their collaboration with the Germans, or at least their refusal to resist the occupiers. The German occupation also created widespread hunger, which boosted the NLM. British liaison officers estimated that by May 1944 the partisans had nearly 20,000 fighters. By October 1944 the Germans were withdrawing from Albania. The partisans launched an attack on the capital Tirana, seizing the old city and restricting the Germans to the new one. A month later, using artillery, the partisans broke through into the new city and the Germans hurriedly withdrew north. Fischer concludes, in November 1944 then, the communist-dominated NLM remained the only anti-fascist group with political credibility. They had fought the Germans more or less consistently and often under difficult conditions, although they had by no means defeated the Germans. 122. Hoxha's priority was to establish an independent Albania. That would entail breaking with his Yugoslav allies, who had provided much-needed aid and expertise, but who wanted to create a wider post-war Balkan federation. Conclusion. The resistance movements throughout Europe, largely led by communists and peopled by the working classes or peasants, were fighting a real anti-fascist war. It had a revolutionary potential which surfaced only to be thrust back by the communists in line with Stalin's wishes. All three allies either used the resistance to their own ends or actively crushed it. The key to ensuring that the revolutionary potential of the resistance did not come to fruition lay with the leadership of the communist parties, who limited their goal to achieving, at best, parliamentary democracy. The one leader who did not succumb to Stalin's wishes was Tito, because he had his own nationalist project and the mass support he built allowed him to realize it. Chapter 9. Asia and the Pacific. The early war in the East. The Japanese army wanted full cooperation with its Axis partners. The Navy and the Foreign Ministry were prepared to act in concert against the Soviet Union but did not want to antagonize Britain and the US. The Hitler-Stalin pact cast a shadow over the army, allowing the Navy and the Foreign Ministry to attempt to improve relations with London and Washington. This quickly broke down over the issue of China, which the Americans saw as a crucial future market. Already on July 26, 1939 the U.S. had served notice on Japan that it would not renew the 28-year-old commercial treaty between the two countries. In December 1939 the Roosevelt administration prohibited U.S. corporations giving Japan technical information and manufacturing rights for the production of high-grade aviation gasoline. In June 1940 Congress passed the National Defense Act, which gave the President power to prohibit exports to Japan, and on July 2 Roosevelt restricted the sale of arms and ammunition, and materials such as aluminium and parts for aircraft. U.S. sanctions were potentially devastating. More than half of Japan's imports came from the U.S., with 40% of its exports being sold there. 1. German successes in the spring of 1940 reinforced Japan's alliance with Germany and Italy and brought the army back into dominance within the government. Berlin pushed for its ally to attack Hawaii and the Philippines, to which the army replied positively. Opinion in ruling circles now veered towards a drive south into Southeast Asia and its oilfields, but it could not get the army to halt or limit its operations in China. These splits were never resolved. In the absence of a unified strategy for both the Army and the Navy, the two services worked out their own plans for operations against Russia and the US respectively and then submitted them for the Emperor's approval. The government could not decide which the most likely enemy was, or whether it should insist on planning for a war with more than one power. This meant it was unable to establish priorities regarding military spending. Planning for a war against Russia required strengthening the army while a war against the US required a bigger navy. This did not stop Japanese military and ruling circles believing that swift military blows could win them a vast empire. The old colonial empires were clearly not in a strong position. Japan began testing the waters. In April 1939 two Chinese nationalists, operating out of the British-held concession port of Tianjin, assassinated a Japanese official. The local British administration refused to hand over the two men, so the Japanese blockaded the city and demanded a British withdrawal from it. The British could do nothing. Naval forces earmarked for any confrontation in the Far East were needed in the Mediterranean or nearer home to face Germany and Italy. The Japanese began strip-searching British citizens entering or leaving the city. British officials on the ground eventually handed over the two men for execution, thus ending the blockade. Despite occasional rhetoric against European imperialism, Japan was engaged in its own imperial expansion and would treat fellow Asians in ways just as brutal as the European colonial powers. A new government took office in July 1940. Even before the first full cabinet meeting, the four principal ministers, the Premier, Prince Convoy, War Minister Hideki Tojo, Navy Minister Zengo Yashida, and Foreign Minister Yasuke Matsuoka, agreed that Japan's main objective was the establishment of a new order in East Asia, known as the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. The first targets for inclusion were Hong Kong, Burma, French Indochina, Thailand, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, the Philippines, and New Guinea. Later India, Australia, and New Zealand were added to the list. This involved a closer alliance with the Axis, a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, and every effort to bring the China War to an end. Any nation that opposed this program was the enemy of Japan. Despite its title, the co-prosperity sphere involved a racist hierarchy in which Japan's superior culture, a synthesis of East and West, presided over a series of other cultures akin to it but deemed inferior. Marriages between Japanese citizens and other races were restricted on the grounds that they would weaken Japan's unique fusion. Plans were laid to settle 12 million Japanese in Korea, Indochina, the Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand, where they would occupy a dominant position. Meanwhile, the Japanese army in China suffered a rude awakening in July 1940 when the Communists' 8th Route Army launched the 100 Regiments Offensive. The Japanese held the Communists in low esteem and had little intelligence about them, but more than 20,000 Japanese were killed in sporadic battles. The initial Communist success was ended with the Japanese concentrating their forces, counterattacking and defeating their opponents. 2 The collapse of French and Dutch colonial power in the region in the summer of 1940, and the concentration of British forces in Europe and North Africa, encouraged Japan further, but there was still no unanimity on where to strike. One faction argued for the need to concentrate on China, another for taking Siberia from the USSR, and a third, now the largest faction, for a drive southwards to control the Western Pacific. In June 1940 the Japanese demanded that Britain withdraw its forces from China and block supplies from Hong Kong or Burma reaching Jiang's armies. Churchill argued for accepting this ultimatum, and after considerable discussion the British government acquiesced. The Japanese demanded of France, firstly, that Japanese troops be stationed in northern Indochina, adjacent to the China border, to intercept supplies to Chiang Kai-shek, secondly, to use airfields there to bomb the Burma Road, which carried supplies overland from Burma to Jiang's forces. Vichy accepted these demands and a month later Japanese troops entered Indochina. 3. In September 1940 Germany and Italy recognized Japan's construction of a new order in Asia, and in return Japan recognized the new order in Europe. Each signatory agreed to come to each other's aid with all political, economic, and military means should any of them be attacked by a power with which it was not then at war. With Germany and Italy already at war with Britain and the Hitler-Stalin Pact still in force, this was clearly aimed at the U.S. In his fireside chat broadcast on December 29, 1940, President Roosevelt argued that the Tripartite Pact represented a threat to the United States and that in response the U.S. must increase its aid to the free nations and make greater efforts to rearm. 4 In the spring of 1941 the Japanese foreign minister, on a visit to Moscow, drew up a neutrality pact with Stalin. Both states agreed to respect each other's territorial integrity and to remain neutral in case of attack by a third power. The pact was only agreed to in Tokyo after bitter argument and opposition from the army. It benefited the Soviets who would soon withdraw forces from the Far East to defend Moscow from German attack, but the Japanese army would not consent to any weakening of its strength in Manchuria. The huge Japanese army in Manchuria was left sidelined until the final days of the Second World War, when they were powerless in the face of a brief and successful campaign by the Red Army in August 1945. It was hoped too that a treaty with Moscow might lead to Chiang Kai-shek coming to terms. Next to the United States, Russia was his main support. Stalin did not believe the Chinese Communists could take power and did not want that to happen, in large part because they were a potential challenge to his own authority over the international communist movement. But there was no rapprochement between Toiko and Chiang. Japan ended up fighting a war on two fronts. The Navy would go on the offensive in the Pacific while the Army maintained its effort in China. In fact, while the Navy planned the southern advance, the Army was planning a northern advance, an attack on Russia. 6 The Army made little effort to evaluate the U.S. threat, concentrating their intelligence on Russia and insisting that the Americans were the Navy's responsibility. In addition, they dismissed the American ability to fight, claiming that Americans are individualistic and they cannot stand a long drawn-out war. 7 On the basis of this, the Japanese army believed the war with the U.S. would be over by the spring of 1942, leaving them free to fight the Soviet Union, and at the beginning of that year planned to send 4 more divisions to Manchuria for that purpose. 8. Japan's economy was a tenth the size of the US, with far fewer natural resources and no secure oil supplies. Its armed forces lacked tanks, their main infantry rifle dated back to 1905, and their artillery was of the same vintage. Japanese industry could not supply modern weapons in the quantities necessary to match the Americans. The Japanese ruling class, unlike the generals, did not believe they could defeat the U.S., but they hoped they could inflict heavy enough blows to force Washington to accept Japanese hegemony in Eastern Asia and the Eastern Pacific. There were some who grasped the limits of Japan's economic and military capacity to fight a prolonged war. In late 1940, a Japanese government report drawn up by Army, naval, and government research officers concluded that Japan's national power could allow her to fight against the Allied powers for at most 2 years, and that the Soviet entry into the war would deliver a final blow to Japan. When it was read by the war minister, Tojo, he responded, "You did a good job, but your report is based on a kind of armchair theory, not a real war." As you can imagine, we had never expected to beat Russia before the Russo-Japanese War, but we won. War is not always carried out as planned. We will face unpredicted elements in War 9. The Economic War Planning section of the War Ministry also reported to the Army General Staff in September 1941, "The Japanese industrial capacity will peak in the near future, while Allied capacity will continue to increase. We cannot fight a long drawn-out war with the Allies. Marshal Hajime Sugiyama, the Chief of Staff of the Imperial Japanese Army said, "The report is perfect and there is no room to argue. But the report is against our national policy." He ordered that the report be burnt. 10. As John W. Dower argues, the various factions of the Japanese ruling class saw themselves threatened by truly alarming developments: political chaos, economically crippling anti-Japanese boycotts in China and internal communist revolts there, together with American and European protectionist policies, global trends towards autarkic bloc economies and coercive Western policies. In the months prior to Pearl Harbor. 11 Japan was at a crossroads. The United States increasingly saw the rivalry with Japan as a clash between an autarkic model of capital accumulation and the US open-door policy, the precursor of what today is called globalization. It was the outbreak of war between China and Japan in 1937, which convinced American observers that Tokyo was aiming for autarky. For the next 2 years the American administration groped towards a response to this growing threat. For nearly another year, it engaged in a program of cautious pressure against Tokyo. Finally, in increased frustration it commenced 18 months of economic Cold War ended only by the Imperial Navy's attack on Pearl Harbor. 12. In July 1941 Roosevelt ordered all Japanese assets in the U.S. to be frozen and, crucially, stopped all oil exports to Japan. The New York Times described it as the most drastic blow short of war. 13 The U.S. was joined in this boycott by Britain and the Dutch. Japan faced being cut off from 90% of its oil supplies. In response, the Japanese government agreed on a southward advance aimed at British and Dutch colonial possessions. But there was no coordinated Army-Navy policy. As one former Navy minister explained regarding military operations, if the Chief of the Army General Staff says that we will do this, that is the end of it, and as far as the Navy operations are concerned, if the Chief of the Navy General Staff says we will do this, that fixes it, and should there develop difference of opinion between the two chiefs, then nothing can be accomplished. 14. In August 1941 Navy and Army planners clashed over Japan's strategic priorities. The Navy favored a step-by-step advance from the Philippines to Borneo, then Java, Sumatra, and Malaya. The Army favored the early seizure of Malaya, bypassing the Philippines, thus delaying war with the U.S. Unable to agree on either of these options, they went for simultaneous attacks along the two axes. This would create serious problems of coordination and timing and a dangerous dispersion of forces. At this time an attack on Pearl Harbor was not considered. In October 1941 negotiations with Washington effectively ended when the U.S. demanded Japanese withdrawal from China. The ensuing crisis in Tokyo led to the fall of the government and its replacement by an administration dominated by the military under General Tojo. The Japanese set a deadline for a conclusion to the negotiations with Washington, November 25. On November 20 the Japanese suggested a temporary agreement while talks were extended for another 3 months. Roosevelt rejected this. On November 26 the U.S. Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, delivered the final Allied proposal demanding the withdrawal of all Japanese forces from Indochina and China. Sato was informed of the note and commented on the 29th, reading the proposal, "It was far more belligerent than we had expected. Now we decided to wage war against the United States." Togo was shocked by the proposal because of the gap between his expectation of U.S. appeasement and the harsh terms of the Hull note, and gave up his diplomatic talks with the United States. 15. The Japanese naval commander, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, had no illusions about the potential power of the U.S. The Navy's assessment was that in 1941 it would have 70% of the US naval power and this would decline to 50% in 1943 and 30% in 1944. Asked about the chances of success against the Americans he replied, "If I am told to fight, I shall run wild for the first 6 months, but I have absolutely no confidence for the second or third year. 16 He was aware that in June 1941 naval intelligence estimated that Japan's oil stockpile was about 620 million barrels, which would be consumed within 2 years. More than 80% of Japanese oil imports depended on the United States, but these imports were banned in August 1941. Put simply, Japan would run out of oil by the end of 1943. 17. Yamamoto had already submitted a plan for an attack on Pearl Harbor, arguing that the success of the southward drive depended on the destruction of the American fleet. He failed to convince his colleagues and threatened to resign from the Navy. His threat overcame his colleagues' resistance. In mid-October the Navy General Staff accepted his plan for a surprise carrier-based attack on Pearl Harbor and incorporated it into the larger plan for war. On November 26 the Japanese task force charged with attacking Pearl Harbor set sail. In the event the U.S. aircraft carriers were at sea when the attack happened on December 7 and the oil storage units were not hit. The attack did not destroy U.S. naval power in the region. Pacific Theater of War at March 1942. After Pearl Harbor, Washington portrayed Japan as the first evil empire. In reality, Japan was still an industrializing country when it went to war in 1941. It would find that the U.S., even when prioritizing the war in Europe, could easily dwarf its military efforts. War in the Pacific. The immediate cause of the spread of the war to the Pacific Theater was the Japanese attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet's base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, but as we have seen, Japan was already long at war in China and had occupied France's colonies in Indochina. The attack on Pearl Harbor was immediately followed by attacks on British-controlled Malaya, the US-controlled Philippines and, after their fall, Dutch-controlled Indonesia. The United States, Britain, and the forces loyal to the Dutch government in exile, together with the Indian Army, Australia, and New Zealand, were all now at war with Japan. Japanese strategy was aimed at neutralizing American striking power in the Pacific, the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor and the U.S. Far East Air Force in the Philippines, and then moving southward and westwards to occupy Malaya, Indonesia, the Philippines, Wake Island, Guam, the Gilbert Islands, Thailand, and Burma. Once in control of these areas, the Japanese intended to establish a defensive perimeter in the western Pacific. The hope was that the U.S. would wear itself out in frontal assaults against this perimeter and ultimately would accept a negotiated peace, leaving Japan in possession of most of its conquests. The initial part of this plan was highly successful. The opening campaigns of the Pacific War saw Japanese forces register successes as spectacular as those of Germany between 1939 and 1941, as will be detailed below. In December 1940 the Germans handed over a captured document sent by sea from the British Chief of Staff in London to the British Commander-in-Chief in the Far East, in which he said Hong Kong and Thailand were indefensible. There is no doubt that the document encouraged the Japanese war planners in their decision to advance into Southeast Asia. A month later, Japanese Army intelligence decoded a cable from the head of the British Far Eastern Command describing the British position in Malaya as highly vulnerable. 19. The British had a racist attitude to the Japanese. In 1935 the British naval attaché in Tokyo informed naval intelligence, the lack of command experience at sea of the more senior officers must be a serious handicap to fighting efficiency. I cannot believe that the system is capable of producing really efficient ships companies for war purposes. I think the IJN is of the second class. 20 Not to be outdone, the British military attaché argued, the Japanese are a slow-thinking and naturally cautious people. This applies especially to the army, in which the officer class is still very largely bound by tradition. 21 Taking matters further, the British commander in the Far East, Air Marshal Robert Brooke Popham, commented after a visit to Hong Kong in December 1940, where he looked across the border into Chinese territory occupied by the Japanese, I had a good close-up, across the barbed wire, of various subhuman specimens dressed in dirty grey uniforms, which I was informed were Japanese soldiers. 22. The whole basis of British strategy in the event of war with Japan was that Singapore would become the crucial base for operations in the region. Within 2 days of the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the Japanese had succeeded in destroying nearly all the RAF's front-line planes in attacks on air bases on the Malayan Peninsula. After this, Japanese troops began landing in Malaya. On December 8 the battleship Prince of Wales, one of the most modern in the Royal Navy, and the battle cruiser Repulse were sent north to block the landings. The two ships were all that the Royal Navy could provide to defend Singapore. The aircraft carrier that was supposed to provide air cover had broken down en route and the ships had no protection against air attack. 2 days later both vessels were repeatedly attacked and then sunk by Japanese torpedo bombers. It was the Royal Navy's most devastating defeat of the war, a body blow to Churchill, and proved that capital ships without air cover were very vulnerable to air attack. The loss of the Prince of Wales and Repulse signaled something else, as acknowledged by the British Chief of the Imperial General Staff. It means that from Africa eastwards to America through the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, we have lost command of the C-23. The loss of control of the Indian Ocean was a serious matter. The British moved quickly to occupy the island of Madagascar, having to defeat the French colonial forces which controlled it, to forestall the Japanese. It was the growing demand of Japan's naval war with the US in the Pacific which allowed the British to regain control of the sea lanes to India. The British forces in Malaya, comprising 90,000 British, Indian, and Australian troops, outnumbered the Japanese, who had 65,000 troops. But after their defeat at the Battle of Jitra, fought on 11 and December 12, the British were in retreat. By January 31, 1942, British forces had evacuated Malaya, crossing over to the island of Singapore. Their commander, Lieutenant General Arthur Percival, spread his men along the 70-mile coastline. When the Japanese, concentrating their forces, penetrated the stretched defense line, they left many British troops isolated from the fighting. As the Japanese advanced through Malaya, Percival had said, "It will be a lasting disgrace if we are defeated by an army of clever gangsters many times inferior in numbers to our men." 24. On February 15, 1942, to the surprise of the Japanese, who were by now desperately short of ammunition, Percival surrendered. 23,000 Japanese soldiers captured 100,000 of the island's garrison of British Imperial and Commonwealth forces. Percival ignored Churchill's insistence that they should fight to the last. Many of those captured had landed on the island after it had become clear defeat was looming and had never fired a shot. General Gordon Bennett, commander of the Australian 8th Division, decided that it was vital he report back to Canberra on how to defeat the Japanese, something he had failed to do in the Malay fighting. He defied orders to remain with his men, commandeered a boat out of Singapore and returned to Australia. He did not receive another command. The Indian nationalist Subhas Chandra Bose called Singapore the graveyard of the British Empire. 25 Since the 18th century, British military power had swept all before it in Asia. Now, with one stroke, the myth of its invincibility was gone. Nationalists sensed they could throw off the shackles of colonial rule. In January 1942 the Japanese attacked the south of Burma. British forces were too few and had only outdated air support. The Japanese were able to take Rangoon, the chief port, by March, and, reinforced by the troops who had taken Singapore, they pushed the British back into India. Burmese nationalists fought alongside the Japanese and formed a government under their protection which was soon engaged in attacks on ethnic minorities. The British were not alone in their humiliation. Within hours of the Pearl Harbor attack, Japanese planes had struck the main U.S. air base in the Philippines, destroying 100 aircraft caught on the ground. This raid was followed by a Japanese landing. In 3 weeks Japanese forces established complete aerial and naval supremacy, cut the line between the Philippines and Australia, and stood ready to advance on Manila. The U.S. commander, General Douglas MacArthur, decided he could not block the Japanese advance and withdrew his forces into the Corregidor Fortress, on an island in Manila Bay and the Bataan Peninsula on the other side of the bay from the capital, in the hope relief would come. When it became clear no help was coming, MacArthur was evacuated to Australia and the US troops abandoned by him surrendered. Dutch forces in Indonesia loyal to the government in exile numbered 98,000 men. But the Dutch fleet and the few British warships operating in these waters were wiped out in February 1942, and the Dutch surrendered the archipelago with its vital oilfields. Between the spring of 1941 and the spring of 1942, the Japanese Navy was the most powerful in the world, with 7 aircraft carriers deploying 474 aircraft. It needed to secure a quick victory in the Pacific before the US mobilized their industrial resources to build a fleet to match it. The gap between the wartime economies of Japan and the US was simply huge. As A.D. Harvey points out, the Japanese leaders had realized from the very beginning that the productive capacity of the Japanese munitions industry could not compete with that of the far more technically advanced industrial sector in the US, though they could not possibly have guessed how great their inferiority would be. Coal output per miner was 164 tons in Japan and 1,021 tons in the US in 1940, and in 1944 it had fallen to 119 tons in Japan while rising to 1,430 tons in the US. High explosive output per man was only 3.68% of American levels, propellant powder output an incredible, humiliating 0.54%, pro rata 1 American working a 44-hour week produced 8 times more propellant than 15 Japanese working a 67-hour week. 26. The ability of the US to sink Japanese shipping quickly began to be felt. Only several hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the US Navy decided to engage in unrestricted air and submarine warfare against Japan. The American submarine fleet achieved its first significant results during its mission to block Japan's maritime transport of reinforcements and supplies to Guadalcanal. From August to November of 1942, American submarines sank 62 Japanese ships. Over the course of the entire war, the U.S. Navy's submarine attacks accounted for Japan's loss of 213 naval vessels and roughly 1,150 merchant ships. 27. The Japanese state was far from being the monolith it was portrayed as in U.S. propaganda. The Japanese army had placed one of its leading lights, General Hideki Tojo, as premier from October 1941 to August 1944, but he could not manage a ruling class divided 4 ways between army, navy, civilian government, and huge business combines, the Zaibatsu. Early military success only accentuated these divisions. The army simply took control of all raw materials in the territories they occupied, with the navy doing the same in the islands, and also taking control of the shipping. Both wings of the armed forces then cut deals with the Zaibatsu. Things got more complicated with the Army and Navy placing orders for 2 completely different aircraft designs for a 2-engine bomber and a fighter plane. They also both insisted that the one company capable of producing radar build 2 different systems in a factory divided in 2, where the engineers working for one service were barred from entering the area working for the rival service. The result was 2 entirely separate systems, neither of which worked properly. Japanese plane design was excellent and Mitsubishi built one of the world's largest aeroplane plants. But in 1941 productivity in the aircraft sector was 44% or that of the US, falling to 26% or 3 years later. Japanese machine tools lagged behind American or German designs. There was not enough skilled labor. By 1944 the physical health of the workforce suffered from food shortages and the effects of bombing. Throughout it all, aeroplane plants had to produce 2 separate fighters and night fighters for the Army and the Navy. From the beginning America's war against Japan took on a racial character. As one history notes, all Japanese people were lumped together as misshapen, ugly, stupid, dwarf people. They were like nothing so much as Mr. Tolkien's orcs in The Lord of the Rings, creations of a people of sheer malevolence and hideousness. 28 The U.S. Commander General Douglas MacArthur, who would be the occupation ruler of Japan after the surrender, viewed the war as a Christian mission, part of the white man's burden. 29. Allied advances in the Pacific to September 3, 1944. A U.S. Army poster urged workers to stay on the job until every murdering Jap is wiped out. Douglas Aircraft commissioned the Tokyo Kid, which appeared on the back cover of its monthly magazine. A semi-human Japanese figure complete with fangs thanked slackers. The Tokyo Kid would branch out to appear on propaganda posters. Hollywood, comic books, and newspapers portrayed the Japanese as inhuman, ape-like figures who threatened American civilization, and women in particular. Disney sent Bugs Bunny to nip the nips, while Popeye rooted the Japanese Navy in "You're a Sap, Mr. Jap," which spawned a hit record. Those of Japanese origins living in the U.S. were on the receiving end of Jap hunts. At first the Japanese American population were subjected to abuse, harassment and worse as individual American citizens took matters into their own hands. Various curfews were imposed and Japanese Americans were excluded from specified prohibitive zones, which grew in number and extent over the first few months after Pearl Harbor until these unfortunates were barred altogether from the western third of Washington and Oregon, the western half of California and the southern quarter of Arizona. Then in June 1942 orders were given that led to further controls which effectively deprived all Americans of Japanese extraction of their liberty within any part of those 4 states. Eventually, 119,000 were taken away to be concentrated at 10 internment camps established for that purpose at remote, inhospitable sites. 30. No compensation was paid by the federal government until the 1980s. Americans of German or Italian extraction did not suffer internment. The U.S. on the offensive. Japan was not in a position to strike directly at Britain or the U.S. They could only hope to sever the long-distance communications the powers would need to sustain their positions in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. They succeeded with Britain, though it was able to rely on the Indian Army to repulse an attack through Burma. With the Americans they failed. Japanese invasion forces had limited supplies of food, slightly better supplies of ammunition, and little else. There were no field hospitals, stretcher bearers, or first aid teams, and few medical supplies. As early as October 1942, Japanese troops fighting at Guadalcanal had much less ammunition than their American opponents and faced starvation as rice supplies failed to reach them. American losses were 1,979 killed and 6,000 wounded. The Japanese lost over 32,000 dead, more than half of them due to lack of medical care. 2 years later, in the battles at Imphal and Kohima, in northeast India, half of the 115,000-strong Japanese army died from malnutrition or lack of medical care. On the Burma-Siam Railway, for each of the 5 POWs who died building the railway, 3 Japanese guards died. 31 In the Pacific Theater, for every American GI there were 4 tons of supplies, for each Japanese soldier 2 pounds. 32 Ultimately the Japanese failed to press home their early advantage and failed to exploit the vast resources under their control. In May 1942 the Americans fought their first major sea battle, engaging Japanese naval forces, who were defending an attack on New Guinea and the Solomon Islands as a prelude to an assault on Australia. In what became known as the Battle of the Coral Sea, neither side achieved a clear victory, but the Americans blunted the Japanese attack. A month later the Americans won a crucial victory at the Battle of Midway, the westernmost point of the Hawaiian Islands. The Japanese had planned on surprising and destroying the remnants of the U.S. fleet, but the Americans had broken the enemy code and were ready. The 2 fleets did not sight each other. The issue was decided by air power. As Dallas Woodbury Easom points out, the lethal damage that determined the outcome was done during a 2-minute period when 3 out of the 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were set ablaze by American dive bombers. When the battle was finally over, all 4 carriers were at the bottom of the ocean. With 4 of the 6 fleet aircraft carriers in her navy now gone, along with about 250 carrier planes and more than 100 irreplaceable pilots, Japan's naval air power was decimated. What little chance Japan had of winning the war in the Pacific went up in the smoke of her burning carriers. 33. The outcome at Midway meant that the U.S. could both prioritize the war in Europe and plan to go over to the offensive in the Pacific theater. 34 Despite their defeat, Japanese forces launched a land offensive along the northeastern coast of New Guinea, seizing Tulagi and Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands, astride the US-Australian lines of communication. In hard fighting in the autumn of 1942, Australian, New Zealand and US forces halted the Japanese offensive on New Guinea and counterattacked, eventually clearing out Japanese forces by the year's end. In the Solomon Islands, a U.S. Marine assault on Guadalcanal succeeded in taking an airfield being completed by Japanese. The Japanese Navy launched a night attack using surface ships with no air support, aiming to destroy troop transports. The attack destroyed 1 Australian and 3 American cruisers but not transports. 35 Japanese troops landed on the island but could not break through the defenses to retake the airfield. Starvation and disease affected them badly. Rations were reduced to 1/6 of what was the norm on the front line and most Japanese soldiers died of hunger and disease. 36. The Japanese naval commander, Admiral Yamamoto, once more hoped for a decisive battle in which he could destroy U.S. naval power in the Pacific. Mustering all the ships he could, he moved to meet the U.S. fleet which was gathering at Guadalcanal, confident of achieving victory. Nevertheless, at battle's end the Americans had won a conclusive victory. They destroyed 2 Japanese battleships along with sundry other vessels and almost completely interdicted the Guadalcanal-bound transports. American pilots and anti-aircraft gunners also took a fearsome toll of Japanese flyers, further eroding Japan's already tenuous air superiority. 37. U.S. naval planners now called for a major thrust across the Central Pacific towards Taiwan, while General Douglas MacArthur, commander of ground forces in New Guinea, argued for a major offensive aimed at liberation of the Philippines. This was not simply about strategy. MacArthur believed the U.S. had to undo the damage done by the loss of the Philippines in order to demonstrate its might. The Navy wanted to attack Japan as quickly as possible in order to guarantee U.S. hegemony of the Pacific. In the end, the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, surveying the US's growing resources, settled this dispute by sanctioning both offensives. Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur began 2 campaigns of island hopping, advancing towards the Japanese home islands. By mid-1943 Nimitz in the Central Pacific could base naval task forces around new, larger and faster carriers of the Essex class and lighter carriers of the Independence class, alongside which were a mix of destroyers, cruisers, battleships, submarines, minesweepers, and support craft. In the Central Pacific these task forces could provide both air and naval support for long-distance operations, with the entire Pacific Fleet ready to confront the main Japanese fleet if it threatened to give battle. Nimitz aimed to advance via the Gilberts, Marshalls, Marianas, Carolines, and Palau towards Japan itself. This was the axis most favored by the U.S. Chiefs of Staff. MacArthur aimed to advance from the north coast of New Guinea to the southern Philippines, relying more on land-based than carrier-based aircraft. The range of land-based aircraft set the limits to his advance. Nimitz's forces were charged with taking a succession of atolls and islands. That required sufficient naval power and carrier-based aircraft to establish air and naval superiority and the ability to take on the main body of the Japanese fleet if need be. The U.S. benefited from being the dominant naval power, leaving Britain and Japan trailing in its wake. The key measure was the number of aircraft carriers. The U.S. Navy had discovered that groups of aircraft carriers could advance deep into enemy-held territory, within range of Japanese air and naval forces, without land-based air cover. This made possible the long-distance operations required in the Central Pacific. The success of the island-hopping assault on Japan depended on carriers that could neutralize enemy airfields and counterattacks, and defend amphibious operations and convoys. Having achieved early success with carrier fleets, the Japanese now seemed to retreat towards reliance on capital ships, building only 3 new aircraft carriers. As serious was the weakness of its merchant marine. Pre-war Japan had relied on foreign trading vessels, now it did not have enough ships to supply the home islands and U.S. submarines relentlessly destroyed those it had. In September 1943 the Japanese drew a gloomy assessment of their ability to wage war. Ships and aircraft were needed to blunt and repel an American offensive. The Army and Navy estimated they required 55,000 aircraft in 1944, but total Japanese aircraft production in August 1943 was only 1,360 and in September 1,470. The shipping problem was no less serious than the shortage of aircraft. In a period of less than 2 years, 445 vessels had been sunk and another 414 damaged. Japan had to match US and British naval forces, maintain sufficient forces in Manchuria to deal with a possible attack by the Russians, and sustain large-scale operations in China. It was impossible. Accordingly, the Japanese devised a defensive line extending from the Kuril Islands southward through the Bonins, Marianas, and Carolines, New Guinea and the Sunda Islands to Burma. This line encompassed the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. It contained the raw materials and food required by Japan to wage war. It also meant shorter lines of communication, allowing Japanese commanders to believe they could repulse any large-scale enemy offensive and ultimately launch a counter-offensive of their own. It was not to be. By late 1943 the Americans had already pierced the new defense line. The US had initially hoped British forces would be able to launch an amphibious operation from India to retake Rangoon in Burma and to reopen a supply line northwards to Chiang Kai-shek's forces in China. But the British did not have the resources to do this. By the end of the year the Americans had concluded that their Pacific forces would reach the China coast before either British or Chinese forces could come in through the back door. At the Cairo Conference in November 1943, attended by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Chiang Kai-shek, it was agreed that the main effort against Japan should be concentrated in the Pacific, with operations elsewhere given subordinate roles. In other words, the war against Japan would be conducted by the US. The declaration issued at the conference also stated that Manchuria and Taiwan would be returned to China, that Korea would be given independence, and other territories occupied in 1941 and 1942 would be returned to their former owners, that is Britain, France, and the Netherlands would regain their colonial possessions. At the subsequent summit of Russian, US and British leaders in Tehran, Stalin pledged to attack Japan after victory over Germany. Nimitz and MacArthur's dual advance gathered pace in 1944. Nimitz took Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands and that summer his forces conquered Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in the Marianas. The Americans now had air bases from which they could carry out extensive air attacks on Japan. Meanwhile MacArthur advanced through the Bismarck Archipelago and thence westward along the New Guinea coast towards the Philippines. In October 1944 the U.S. Chiefs of Staff accepted Nimitz's proposal to shift the Central Pacific attack to Iwo Jima in January 1945 and then against Okinawa and northwards to Japan. Operations aimed at taking Taiwan and bases on the Chinese coast were dropped. MacArthur was directed towards the conquest of the Philippines, though this was now secondary to Nimitz's thrust. That October MacArthur's forces landed on the Philippine island of Leyte, through which Japanese oil supplies were transported. The Japanese gathered their remaining forces to try to prevent the landing. The Japanese Air Force had attacked the American fleet off the island of Taiwan and despite suffering a heavy defeat announced it had sunk 19 aircraft carriers and 4 battleships. The Japanese Navy believed they could only have sunk 4 but in fact none had been sunk. On this false information they decided on what they believed would be the decisive naval battle of the war. 38. The ensuing Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944 was the final major naval battle of the Pacific War. The Japanese fleet deployed just 90 planes on its 4 remaining carriers. The Japanese surface fleet was virtually destroyed. Simultaneously US submarines sank much of the Japanese merchant fleet. The loss of naval control of the Western Pacific meant that even though Japan controlled the oil fields to the south they could not get the oil, other raw materials or food supplies back to Japan. Back in May 1944 the Japanese had overrun the U.S. air bases that had recently been established in China, precipitating a near collapse of Chinese forces. U.S. General Joseph Stilwell, the U.S. representative in China, blamed Chiang Kai-shek for the fiasco. So did his superiors in Washington, who demanded that control of Chinese forces be ceded to Stilwell. Chiang, however, insisted that Stilwell was the problem and demanded his recall. Roosevelt complied and replaced him with General Albert C. Wedemeyer, but the Americans downgraded the importance of China and military operations there, increasingly looking to Soviet entry into the Far Eastern War in order to eradicate Japan's forces in China. By the end of 1944, MacArthur's forces were firmly established in the central Philippines and preparing to land on Luzon, while B-29 Super Fortress bombers based in the Marianas were bombing the cities of Japan. The Japanese Navy had been virtually defeated, and carrier forces of the U.S. Pacific Fleet had penetrated Japan's inner defense zone. Japan was facing defeat. American forces continued to make substantial progress during the first half of 1945, liberating the Philippines, destroying what remained of the Japanese merchant fleet, conquering the islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and beginning the aerial devastation of Japan. The British were effectively sidelined in the war with Japan. In 1943, Britain had been forced by the U.S. to sign an agreement with China abolishing the extraterritorial agreements that had given Britain control of crucial areas of port cities such as Shanghai. In May 1944, Churchill told the Dominion Prime Ministers that, "We must regard ourselves as junior partners in the war against Japan." In Burma, which the Japanese regarded as of secondary importance, the British-led forces had acquired great superiority over the Japanese, deploying 6 divisions against a single Japanese one, and they also had air superiority. 60% of these troops were from the Indian subcontinent, 12% are from Africa, and just 12% were British. The victory at Impel Kohima repulsed a Japanese invasion of northeast India in March 1944. The following year, British-led forces advanced into Burma, eventually reoccupying Rangoon in May 1945. Churchill himself was clear about what really mattered for Britain. In September 1944, he told the assembled chiefs of staff that the recovery of Singapore was key because it was the supreme objective in the whole of the Indian and Far Eastern theaters, the only prize that will restore British prestige in this region. 39 In the event, British forces only entered Singapore after the Japanese surrender, Churchill's hopes of restoring imperial prestige were dashed. Japan defeated. General Tojo resigned from the Japanese premiership in July 1944 after failing to stop U.S. bombing attacks on Japan. This represented a major defeat for the faction of the ruling class around the army. Their rivals, grouped around the navy, pressed for an end to the war. So fine was the balance between these factions that the new government could not move too openly or quickly towards negotiations with Washington for fear of a coup by their rivals. In September 1944, the Japanese ambassador in Sweden approached his British counterpart to suggest that peace might be possible with Japan giving up all it had conquered after the invasion of Manchuria. The British refused to follow up the approach, holding to a position agreed with Washington that unconditional surrender was the only option. The U.S. Air Force decided on a strategy of launching fire raids on Japanese cities. An incendiary attack was carried out on a mock-up Japanese town built at an air base in Florida. Results were deemed to be satisfactory. 40. In early 1945, General Curtis LeMay, commander of 21 Bomber Command in the Pacific, carried out a 130-plane daylight raid on Tokyo. 25,000 houses were destroyed. The USAF bombing offensive now targeted highly populated residential areas aimed at causing great fires. Japanese air defenses and civil protection was woefully inadequate, allowing the Americans to bomb with impunity. 41 On the 9 and March 10, 1945, a huge fire raid was carried out on Tokyo using an early form of napalm. Some 90,000 died in 3 hours, fewer than would later die in the atomic bomb attack on Hiroshima but more than in Nagasaki. 42. From April to August 1945, the U.S. Air Force began to work systematically through Japan city by city. 40% of urban areas were destroyed, with 30% of the population homeless at the war's end. In the biggest city, Tokyo, 60% of homes were destroyed. 8 million refugees fled to the countryside. 4/5 of Japan's shipping had been destroyed, along with 1/3 of machine tools and almost 1/4 of rolling stock and motor vehicles. Absenteeism at work reached 50% 43 as the historian A.D. Harvey argues, by the time the atom bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan had already been completely defeated by conventional weapons, nearly all the major cities had been laid waste, most of the merchant fleet was at the bottom of the sea, and the surviving factories stood idle for want of raw materials. 44. For the final month of the war, U.S. naval forces operated from along the shores of the home islands themselves without losing a single ship. They bombarded steel works and destroyed the Hokkaido-Honshu ferry link, which transported vital coal supplies. That alone demonstrated the inability of the Japanese Navy and Air Force to defend the home islands. Sections of the Japanese ruling class feared revolution would follow defeat. In February 1945, Prince Conwoy, a former prime minister and friend of Emperor Hirohito, had told him, "What we have to fear is not so much defeat as a communist revolution which might take place in the event of defeat. We shall simply be playing into the hands of the communists if we elect to continue a war wherein there is no prospect of victory." 45. The defeat of Germany in May 1945 strengthened the faction favoring peace. Meanwhile, in the same month, the U.S. State Department's expert on Japan, former ambassador to Tokyo Joseph C. Grew, had persuaded Roosevelt that the emperor should be retained in position following American occupation of Japan. Grew had argued as early as 1943 that, to try and graft a democracy on Japan would result in chaos, and that the emperor should stay on the throne to secure a healthy structure in future. 46. U.S. policy, shaped by Grew, was to utilize the emperor as a counterweight to the army, and to base occupation policy on close cooperation with the giant industrial corporations. Japan was seen as a counter to Russian expansion into Manchuria in the post-war world and as a more reliable future ally than China. The need for Russian aid in the war against Japan still influenced American strategy. On July 23, 1945, U.S. President Harry Truman met with Churchill and the combined chiefs of staff and reiterated the policy to encourage Russian entry into the war against Japan. 47. The desperate Japanese resistance and the resulting American casualties in the fighting at Okinawa, as the Americans neared the Japanese island home chain, determined Truman's position at the Potsdam summit in July 1945. Truman wrote, "There were many reasons for my going to Potsdam, but the most urgent to my mind, was to get from Stalin a personal reaffirmation of Russia's entry into the war against Japan, a matter which our military chiefs were most anxious to clinch." 48. By the summer of 1945, the Japanese Navy, the leaders of Japan's corporations, and even the emperor and his circle, accepted that it was necessary to open peace talks, but they needed to do this without provoking a coup by the army. For 8 months the Japanese government tried to broker peace talks through its Moscow embassy. The US was fully aware of this, having broken the Japanese secret codes. The Americans, it seems, did not believe the Japanese were serious about surrender talks. Also, whatever damage they could inflict on the Japanese home islands, there were still over 1 million Japanese troops in China, where the army still believed partial victory was possible. After bitter experience with Chiang Kai-shek, the Americans decided they could not afford, financially or militarily, to get sucked into a war on the Chinese mainland. On August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb was dropped without warning on Hiroshima, destroying the entire city and killing 100,000 civilians. 3 days later the US bombed Nagasaki, leveling it and killing 70,000 people. With the additional impact of slow radiation poisoning, nearly 500,000 civilians died in the 2 attacks. The Americans now pressed for a quick Japanese surrender, and Japanese leaders agreed, with the proviso that the emperor be retained. Admiral William Leahy admitted in 1946 that the Japanese had already been prepared to surrender before the bombs were dropped. "It is my opinion use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki was of no material assistance in our war against Japan. The Japanese were already defeated and ready to surrender because of the effective sea blockade and the successful bombing with conventional weapons. My own feeling is that in being the first to use it, we had adopted an ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. 49. In 1963, General Dwight D. Eisenhower told Time magazine, "The Japanese were ready to surrender and it wasn't necessary to hit them with that awful thing." 50 Air Force General Curtis LeMay, who had presided over the destruction of Japanese cities with conventional bombs, described the use of the atomic bomb as the worst thing that ever happened. Even without the atomic bomb and the Russian entry into the war, Japan would have surrendered in 2 weeks. 51 The official U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey concluded after the war found that prior to the dropping of the bomb, morale in Japan had already collapsed. 68% believed the war was lost and just 28% were willing to resist to the death. 52 The U.S. government's real fear was that Russia would gain territory in Asia. Truman's aim in using the bomb was to send Russia a message. Gabriel Kalko writes that in May 1945, the Allies had effectively defeated Japan and reduced its industrial capacity and manpower to nearly a last-stand posture. The Americans now tried to weigh the atomic bomb both from the viewpoint of its use against Japan and its implications to future relations with the Soviet Union. One must remember that at no time did the Americans see the bomb as a weapon for defeating the formidable Japanese army in China, and at no time did they consider it desirable that the Soviets invade the Japanese mainland. The bomb did not reduce the importance of Soviet entry into Manchuria and North China. 53. The U.S. Secretary of State for War, Henry Stimson, recalled telling Truman in June 1945 that he was a little fearful that before we could get ready the Air Force might have Japan so thoroughly bombed out that the new weapon would not have a fair background to show its strength. The president laughed and said he understood. 54. Meanwhile, on August 9, the Russians, acting on Stalin's pledge to the Americans, attacked the Japanese positions in Manchuria. The Russian advance finally achieved a rapid breakthrough. Russian forces entered Korea almost a month before U.S. troops arrived, whereupon the Red Army withdrew to an agreed occupation boundary on the 38th parallel. Russian troops also landed in the Kurils, in the far north of the Japanese island chain. The Americans were now keen to secure a quick Japanese surrender. Decisive action was required to preempt the Russian advance by ending the war. Truman needed to secure the US dominant position in the post-war world. One explanation for the dropping of the atomic bombs was that it was a warning to Russia. Stalin reacted by stepping up Russia's own atomic program, which benefited from valuable spies in the United States. The Russian advance now meant Washington needed to bring the war to an end before Stalin's forces advanced further into Japan. On August 15, the recording of the Emperor was broadcast on the radio conveying news of the surrender to the population of Japan, citing a new and most cruel bomb and warning further resistance would not only result in the ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation but would lead also to the total extinction of human civilization. 55. On September 2, after much preparation, on board the USS Missouri anchored in Tokyo Bay, General Douglas MacArthur accepted the surrender of the Japanese. The British, Chinese and Russians were effectively excluded from the ceremony. All were also excluded from any say in the American occupation of the country. In the Pacific there was little pretense that the Allies were on an equal footing, as Holland points out, for such heroes of America's Pacific struggle as Admiral Nimitz and General Douglas MacArthur, the Grand Alliance was, in the main, a ritual rather than a practical bond. 56. Japanese armed forces, who were faced with an imperial order, not just one from civilian politicians, surrendered unconditionally, but, unlike in Germany, the civil authorities retained their powers. The emperor would become the cornerstone of the U.S. strategy to rebuild Japan. The Americans effectively buried his direct involvement in ordering not just the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor but the savage colonial order it imposed in China, Korea, and elsewhere. Gerhard L. Weinberg puts the figure for the numbers of Chinese killed in the war with Japan at 15 million. 3 million Japanese died in the Second World War. Japan was guilty of serious war crimes against people in its Greater East Asia Prosperity Zone, as John Dower argues, from the rape of Nanking in the opening months of the war against China to the rape of Manila in the final stages of the Pacific War. The emperor's soldiers and sailors left a trail of unspeakable cruelty and rapacity. 57. The Japanese biological warfare program involved experiments on prisoners first in Manchuria and then across the occupied territories. More than 5,000 people worked on this program. Thousands were murdered in the name of science. The Japanese employed biological weapons against Chinese forces and civilians. After the war, MacArthur granted an amnesty to the scientists and technicians involved in the program. The information acquired from them was sent to the US and Britain. British forces even took over a fully operational laboratory in Singapore. Despite these war crimes, the US saw Japan as a vital part of its New World Order. Even in the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, the State Department argued that post-war Japan should be brought into US orbit. Official Hugh Borton authored a memo, A Framework for Long-Range Planning for US-Japanese Relations, which set the aim to reintegrate into the world economy of economic interdependence. 58 Japan remained under US occupation for 6 years and 8 months, until April 1952. The US reshaped the existing institutions of the imperial state. As the historian of the US occupation, John Dower, notes, for all practical purposes, General MacArthur relied on the Japanese bureaucracy to carry out its directives, creating in effect a two-tiered mandarinate. When the Americans departed, the native mandarins carried on, stronger than they had been even during the war. For ideological purposes, MacArthur also chose to rely on Emperor Hirohito, in whose name all of Asia had been savaged, publicly praising him as the leader of the new democracy. 59. Yet the US authorities faced an unexpected challenge. Support for socialist and communist agendas exceeded anything the Americans had anticipated, as did the explosive challenge of the nascent labor movement. 60 US policy in Japan paralleled that in Italy, the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party playing a similar role to the Italian Christian Democrats. Both were forged in the Cold War, both enjoyed office for decades, both were reliable allies of the US, both were tied to big business, both were prepared to utilize organized crime, and both were made up of warring factions who fought over key positions. There was one difference: in Italy the Christian Democrats had to uphold the new post-war republic, in Japan the Liberal Democratic Party was a bastion of the old emperor system. Japan became a frontline state in the Cold War, with ex-intelligence officers being recruited to the US-run Japanese Research Division to provide information on China and Korea. By the early 1950s, Japanese airmen were flying covert reconnaissance missions over North Korea, northern China, and the Eastern Soviet Union. Chapter 10. The East is Red. China. The United States had a number of aims in the Second World War. They included the dismantling of the British and French trade blocs, achieving a permanent military presence in Europe, and control of Middle East oil. But there was another, hegemony over China. Washington championed an open door to China, meaning it wanted free trade which would benefit the sale of American goods and the purchase of raw materials from China. To that end, Washington opposed the ceding of Chinese territory to the European powers and, more importantly, Japanese attempts to control the country. The Chinese government led by Chiang Kai-shek had hoped that elements in the Japanese ruling class who were open to rapprochement with China would come to power. Instead, as Japan was drawn into war in China in the 1930s, it became more militarist. 1. In 1937, Chiang was forced to formally resist a full-scale Japanese invasion because he was under two pressures, neither of which would disappear until 1945, as the American historian of modern China, John W. Graver, points out. First, was the mounting force of nationalist pressure within China. The Japanese advance in North China in the early 1930s challenged the nationalist government's legitimacy, deriving as it did from its claim to represent the redemption of China from the depths of national humiliation. Second, by late 1936, the growing power of the militarist faction in Japan and the failure of Chinese diplomats to achieve a fundamental adjustment in Sino-Japanese relations induced Chiang to abandon his earlier hope that more moderate forces might prevail in Tokyo. Only after Japan suffered a military rebuff at the hands of China and its allies would it come to its senses. 2. Any victories would raise Jiang's international prestige and sideline his internal opponents, the communists, the warlords, and his Kuomintang rivals. The United States supported Chiang because they hoped Japan would become mired in a war it ultimately could not win. After Russia was invaded by Germany, Stalin, similarly hoping that if Japan was bogged down in China it would not join the attack on Russia, sent several thousand military advisors to Chiang as well as large amounts of arms, modern aircraft, and several hundred pilots who flew missions against the Japanese. 3 Chiang was prepared to raise the possibility of his making a deal with Tokyo, or of Chinese resistance collapsing, to pressurize Washington and Moscow into continuing to support him. The U.S. sought to bolster the corrupt regime of Chiang Kai-shek to secure its goals. Chiang and his family were venal, and the warlords were primarily interested in feathering their own nest. All of them looked on the United States and its aid as a means to gather more fortune. Neither Chiang, nor the warlords he was in hock to, could effectively resist Japanese aggression, and in any case they were concentrating their fire on the communists. The latter were resisting the Japanese and were gaining support because they supported land reform and were not corrupt. When U.S. General Stilwell visited Jiang's capital he noted, sympathy here was for the Nazis. Same type of government, same outlook, same gangsterism for. In conversation Chiang Kai-shek was quite open about his main priorities. For me the big problem is not Japan but the unification of my country. I am sure that you Americans are going to beat the Japanese someday, with or without the help of the troops I am holding back for use against the communists in the Northwest. On the other hand, if I let Mao Zedong push his propaganda across all of free China, we run the risk, and so do you Americans, of winning for nothing. 5. The reality in China was that conditions were being created which would give control to Mao Zedong's peasant armies. As was noted earlier, at its outset the Chinese Communist Party had been concentrated in the great cities of eastern China, with 58,000 members in 1927, mostly workers and a good number of students and young intellectuals. Moscow encouraged it not simply to ally with the Kuomintang against the landlords and warlords, but to do coolie work for it, offering uncritical support and even handing over its membership lists. But the Kuomintang leadership was frightened by rural and urban unrest and increasingly allied itself to landowning and business interests. In the course of 1927 the Kuomintang in alliance with the Communists took Shanghai and Canton after both cities rose in revolt against the landlords. But then the Kuomintang organized a massacre of the Communists. The remaining party cadre went underground. The party was itself reformed in 1935 after the Long March to the remote Shenzi region in western China. 90,000 Red Army fighters and their followers had broken out of the Kuomintang's encirclement in Jiangxi in southeast China. A year later just 20,000 reached safety near the Tibetan border. En route Mao Zedong had emerged to become leader of the Red Army and the Communist Party, ousting opponents who were acting in concert with Russian advisors. The new leadership was markedly more nationalist and centered on building support among the peasantry rather than in the cities. The Chinese ruling class was too corrupt and weak to impose any solution, but Chiang Kai-shek had inflicted a crucial defeat on the Chinese working class, which ceased to play any independent role. Into this vacuum stepped a military movement, staffed by middle-class intellectuals but peasant-based, which while describing itself as communist, looked to Soviet-style state-led industrialization to develop China into an independent power. Resentment at Jiang's failure to resist the Japanese, at rising taxation by the landlords, and at conscription into Jiang's starving army, which did not fight but existed so that its leaders could draw off the U.S. subsidies that paid the army's wages and supplied it with equipment, fueled opposition to the Kuomintang. Indeed, the U.S. knew that Chiang sent his only effective units against the Communists while agreeing truces with the Japanese. A policy of surrendering territory in the hope this would eventually wear down the Japanese meant huge areas of the country were devastated by war and occupation. Jiang's army numbered 2.7 million on paper. Its primary role was to raise taxes from the peasantry. It moved across the country devastating regions as it stole food. Most of Jiang's commanders were no more than warlords commanding private armies. conscription, the realities of military life, and the impact of ragged, starving bands roaming the countryside produced a widespread radicalization in areas far from Mao Zedong's forces. In addition, the influx of US dollars unleashed terrible inflation. Jiang's policies led to a famine in 1942-43 in Henan province, affecting 5 million people, a majority of whom died. Jiang's armies were recruited or press-ganged from among the peasantry, but those same peasants had no wish to actually fight for their masters. His government took decisions but had no effective means of carrying them out. Various warlords controlled their own armies, landowners raised their own militias to deal with rural unrest and their own territories, while magistrates and officials bought local positions in order to line their pockets. All seized grain from the peasants, profited from the opium trade, and secured repayments for money lenders. Peasants fled the Japanese invaders, the Kuomintang, and the landlords. So in one key region a dynamic was created which would act against Chiang and the Kuomintang. In Hunan province during 1942-43 there was simply not enough food to feed local people and the troops, but the requisition of food by the army continued, leading to clashes with peasants. Famine led to the hoarding of supplies for profit and an immense growth of corruption. 6 A power vacuum was being created, into which stepped the one force that was consistent in opposing the Japanese and was relatively free of corruption, Mao's communist-led armies. The communists began to attract widespread support among the peasantry for the first time. Mao combined nationalism with peasant radicalism. The Chinese Communist Party had little or no contact with the working class concentrated along the eastern seaboard or with Moscow, which meant its leadership began to work out its own strategy, based on its experience, and building the basis for a future break with Moscow, though that was not the original intention. As Gabriel Kalko argues, the basic ingredient of the party was the appeal to nationalism and patriotism, to reform, and to collaboration of all nationalist classes. This required a structure of political organization which incorporated peasant power but did not move reform so far as to sacrifice the united front, yet enough to win and hold the allegiance of the masses. 7. The communist mobilization against the Japanese led to its expansion and base building in northern China and the Yangtze region, where the river Yangtze meets the sea. In order to defend railways and communications, the Japanese set up blockhouses at intervals and sent out columns to mete out reprisals for guerrilla attacks. Both became targets for a hit-and-run guerrilla war which tied down Japanese forces. On the other hand, the People's Liberation Army launched its first offensive with great success, but then could not resist the counter-offensive the Japanese launched after they had concentrated their forces. 8. By 1943, with the Axis on the defensive and Japanese forces beginning to be spread thin, the Communists resumed offensive operations. 9 American and British missionaries repatriated in 1943 from Japanese-occupied Chinese territory provided eyewitness accounts of the Communist-led resistance. The U.S. War Department published the following report. In regard to the border area between Shantung and Hebei provinces, one Catholic priest stated, "The 8th Route Army moved from place to place constantly to elude Japanese watchfulness. Their influence is enough to cause constant worry to the Japanese, although their effectiveness remains small because they lack the necessary heavy arms. Their hatred of the Japanese is real, and in equal combat they put up a good show. They specialize and excel in guerrilla fighting." A Protestant missionary from Shantung reported, "Formerly I just thought of them only as a nuisance, but their effectiveness is now an established fact. They are fighting the Japanese and spreading their doctrine. I do not know about their numbers, but they must be numerous, because when the Japanese start one of their expeditions to mop up bandits, they have to collect from 400 to 500 soldiers before they start out. The 8th Route Army are well disciplined, and where they have control the common people enjoy a measure of security and of freedom from exorbitant taxes." 10. In 1944 Mao explained his strategy to an American journalist, in words designed to please Washington, but in reality reflecting his thinking accurately enough. "What China needs now is democracy and not socialism. To be more precise, China's needs at present are three: to drive the Japanese out, to realize democracy on a nationwide scale by giving the people all the forms of modern liberty and a system of national and local governments elected by them in genuinely free general elections, which we have already done in the areas under our control, and to solve the agrarian question, so that capitalism of a progressive character can develop in China and improve the standard of living of the people through the introduction of modern methods of production. These, for the present, are the tasks of the Chinese Revolution. To speak of the realization of socialism before these tasks are accomplished would merely be empty talk. Point 11. The Communists lowered rents and interest repayments but did not abolish them. Land was redistributed but private ownership remained. Mao was able to win over the resistance forces on the basis of nationalist politics which stressed cross-class alliances and which pursued moderate social policies with honest government. Above all, the communist-led forces fought the Japanese and their soldiers did not steal from the peasants. In April 1944 Mao explained to his comrades, what the Kuomintang has gained from looking on with folded arms for 5.5 years is the loss of its fighting capacity. What the Communist Party has gained from fighting and struggling hard for 5.5 years is the strengthening of its fighting capacity. This is what will decide China's destiny. Point 12. The United States urged the Kuomintang and the Communists to form a coalition. Both seemingly agreed while preparing for renewed civil war when Japan eventually surrendered. American diplomats on the ground warned of an incipient civil war but were ignored. Point 13. Stalin meanwhile backed Chiang, in large part because he saw that a communist takeover in China would create a rival to Moscow control in the communist camp, telling the Americans that Mao's supporters were margarine communists. Russian arms were sent to the Kuomintang, and would be used against Mao's forces, and Stalin volunteered a statement of support for Chiang which went into the final declaration issued at Yalta. Yet Stalin was not in a position to control events. The Chinese Communist Party was already operating independently of Moscow, and while it looked to the Soviet model of forced industrialization it was not prepared to obey Russian diktats. The US had slowly grasped that Chiang was a gangster and that no amount of money or aid would make him fight the Japanese. Inflation and a rigged exchange rate to the disadvantage of the dollar meant that even the Americans could not carry the cost of prosecuting a war in China. Yet there were over 1 million Japanese troops there. In April 1945 Roosevelt's personal envoy to Chiang Kai-shek had met with the Russian Foreign Minister, Molotov, in Moscow. Chiang reported the Russian as saying, "The Soviet Union is not supporting the Chinese Communist Party. The Soviet Union does not desire internal dissension or civil war in China. The government of the Soviet Union wants closer and more harmonious relations in China." 14. In the autumn of 1945, after Japan's surrender, the Communists advanced across northern China. Chiang ordered the Japanese forces not to surrender but to fight them. As the Japanese in Manchuria laid down their arms, Kuomintang and Communist forces raced to take control of territory, the former garrisoning the cities, the latter concentrating on building support in the countryside. Meanwhile the US moved 53,000 Marines into Beijing and Tianjin and transported Kuomintang armies by air and sea into the region. The Russians advancing south into Manchuria honored their promise to hand over territory to the Kuomintang. 15. On paper, the end of the war left Chiang Kai-shek in a very strong position. Both America and Russia loyally backed him and he was awash with arms. Russian and Japanese commanders ensured they handed territory to the Kuomintang and not the Communists, who seemed marginal in the late summer of 1945. But the corruption at the heart of Jiang's regime meant all of this was thrown away. Jiang's forces were thinly spread in an attempt to control the greatest amount of territory, making them vulnerable in the civil war which recommenced after the Japanese surrender. 16. By the end of 1945 one of the People's Liberation Army's most successful commanders, Lin Biao, had 280,000 troops in Manchuria under his command. The Kuomintang lost control of the province and Lin Biao's forces swept across northern China, winning 2 of the 3 crucial battles in the Civil War which saw Chiang lose control of mainland China. 17 The Communists seized the nationalist banner and were able to win over allies across Chinese society, paving the way for their 1949 victory. Washington, denied its prize of an open door to China, would refuse to recognize the existence of the new regime for nearly 3 decades. Korea. Across Eastern and Southeastern Asia, the collapse of first the European imperial powers and then of the Japanese occupation led directly to a nationalist revolutionary wave. In December 1943, at the Cairo summit, the American, British and Chinese governments agreed that Korea would become free and independent, in due course after Japan's defeat. The Russians subscribed to this principle when they eventually declared war on Japan. At the Yalta Conference, Roosevelt and Stalin had agreed that Korea would be placed in international trusteeship after the Japanese occupation was ended, but no decision was made on how the peninsula would actually be governed. 18. Soviet forces entered the Korean peninsula on August 9 as part of their assault on Japan. The next day the Truman administration instructed 2 young officers, Dean Rusk and Charles Bonesteel, to divide the peninsula, creating an American zone of occupation. The 2 men had to use a National Geographic map to draw a line of division, dividing Korea into 2 and including the capital, Seoul, in the southern U.S. zone. No Koreans were consulted. Stalin agreed to the division of Korea at the 38th parallel. On August 18 the Red Army carried out 3 amphibious landings in North Korea. 3 weeks later, after the Japanese surrender, U.S. forces landed at Incheon in the south. 19. The Japanese occupation had bred indigenous resistance groups. The Korean Liberation Army was formed in 1941 in China under Kuomintang control. It was loyal to the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea, formed as early as 1919. By the end of the war the KLA deployed 10,000 fighters. On September 6 the Provisional Government met in Seoul to declare Korea independent. The presence of left-wing nationalists fueled U.S. objections to the Provisional Government and they refused to recognize it. Meanwhile communist-led guerrilla groups had formed in territory controlled by the Chinese Communists. After carrying out several attacks in Korea they were eventually forced by the Japanese to seek sanctuary in the Soviet Union. One of their leaders, Kim Il-sung, became an officer in the Red Army, returning to Korea with the advancing Russian army in September 1945. When Allied foreign ministers met on December 7, 1945, it was agreed that Korea would be placed in international trusteeship for 5 years, during which a Korean interim government would prepare the country for independence. A joint US-Russian commission was formed to aid the organization of the new administration. The Korean Communists objected to this postponement of independence but quickly fell into line with Moscow. The right-wing Syngman Rhee, a US-based professor who had returned from 33 years exile and received strong US support, argued that a provisional government would be a stalking horse for communist rule. Washington and Moscow came to no agreement on establishing a common government for the whole peninsula. 20. Both powers moved to secure control of their zones. The U.S. placed South Korea under military administration. Officials who had served under the Japanese colonial authorities remained in place. Many Japanese officials stayed in office until the following year. Syngman Rhee eventually became head of a southern-based government which waged war against left-wing insurgents. In 1948 it declared South Korea independent, with U.S. forces departing. 21. To the north, after a period of direct Russian rule, Kim Il-sung headed a North Korean Provisional People's Committee. In 1948 Russian troops left the peninsula and Kim began building an army. He was now allied with the neighboring People's Republic of China. After several border clashes a full-scale war erupted in 1950 with northern forces crossing the 38th parallel. U.S. forces rushed to stop a complete victory for the North but their advance northwards led to the Chinese People's Liberation Army entering the war. Upwards of 3.5 million people died before an armistice restored the border and established a demilitarized zone near the 38th parallel. 22. Vietnam. Vietnam had been run from 1941 onwards by a limited number of Japanese occupation troops who kept in place the pro-Vichy French colonial authorities. Neither was strong enough to police the countryside. Despite an abundance of rice, By seizing rice to feed their own troops, the Japanese engineered a famine which killed up to 2 million people in 1944–45. Peasants fled their land in search of food. Many drew the conclusion that they had to overthrow a colonial regime, whatever its stripe. 23. The small Vietnamese Communist Party, led by Ho Chi Minh, had attempted to launch a guerrilla war, but until 1945 it was small in scale. In March 1945 the Japanese disarmed and jailed the French colonial forces because with France now liberated they could no longer depend on forces once loyal to Vichy. In the final months of the war the Communists attempted to build a wider unity with other nationalists, launching a people's militia, the Viet Minh, and issuing a call for a national rising to open up the warehouses where huge stocks of rice were stored. This allowed the communist-led Viet Minh to gain popular support. 24. The decisive organizing slogan was "Break open the rice stores to avert famine." The Viet Minh took control of the north virtually unopposed in June 1945. When news of the Japanese surrender came through, the Viet Minh ordered a national insurrection. With crowds on the streets celebrating, it was relatively easy to engineer a takeover of the cities, towns, and villages. 25 At Potsdam it had been agreed that Vietnam would be divided into two occupation zones, one, south of the 16th parallel, to be run by the British, preparing for a French return, the other, north of that line, by the Chinese forces of Chiang Kai-shek. 26. In April 1945 Churchill sent a message to Roosevelt arguing it was essential not only that we support the French by all the means in our power, but also that we should associate them with our operations into their country. 27 Roosevelt never replied, dying the day after the message was dispatched. His successor, Truman, decided to assist the French regain control of their country. The British had been tasked with taking the Japanese surrender in Vietnam, and in late September British forces moved in, discovering that the Viet Minh were in control. Ho Chi Minh and the Viet Minh welcomed their supposed allies, who had landed by sea and moved into Saigon, ignoring the fact that they might be there to help re-establish French colonial rule. The Viet Minh urged compliance with the British, taking the line from Moscow. Ho Chi Minh ordered the evacuation of Saigon and tried to negotiate, but he could not stop a rebellion in the city which then spread to the countryside as peasants opposed attempts to reimpose colonial rule. 28. In Saigon, the Trotskyists were at the forefront of a genuine working-class rebellion which took control of the city. The workers of the Govap tram depot, responding to the arguments of the Trotskyist Spark Group, took the lead in forming armed workers' militias across the Saigon region. The poorer suburbs came under their control and many French colonialists were executed. 29 Lacking sufficient force, the British rearmed Japanese prisoners who then disarmed the population and put down the rebellion in Saigon, prior to adequate French forces arriving. 30. As fighting threatened to spread, the Viet Minh leadership agreed a ceasefire with the British. In the meantime the Viet Minh had eradicated the Trotskyists, murdering their leaders. Yet the reimposition of full French colonial rule was eventually too much for the Viet Minh, who, under pressure from below, were drawn into conflict with the restored colonial rulers. 31 The Vietnamese Trotskyist, Ngo Van, notes that in December 1946 the Viet Minh gave up the cities, including Hanoi, and returned to the countryside to launch the guerrilla war, first against the French, then the Americans, which only ended in 1975. Their failure to take control in 1945 meant the country paid a tremendous price for eventual liberation. 32. Malaya. Japanese killings and ill-treatment of Malaya's Chinese population had led the Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army to be formed under communist leadership. It received British backing. Until mid-1943, lacking expertise and arms, its attempt at guerrilla war led to it losing a third of its number. Over the next year, it reorganized and grew fourfold. 33 The guerrillas claimed to have eliminated 5,500 Japanese troops, losing 1,000 fighters themselves. The Japanese admitted to losing 600 of their own troops and 2,000 local police, claiming PJ losses at 2,900.34. After the Japanese surrender, the British returned and attempted to reimpose the old colonial order. Malayan rubber and tin were vital dollar earners for the post-war British Labour government. Unemployment, low wages, high prices, and lack of food led to a strike wave in Malaya between 1946 and 1948. The colonial authorities met labor unrest with repression. 35 The killing of 3 white plantation managers in June 1948 was immediately followed by emergency measures. The Malaysian Communist Party and other leftist parties were outlawed, while police were given the power to imprison without trial communists and those accused of helping them. The communists, who had disarmed at the end of the war, took to the jungle and formed the Malayan National Liberation Army. Its mainstay of support was among the Chinese population, who were denied voting rights, had few if any land rights, and were among the poorest sections of the population. The MNLA did enjoy support, to a lesser extent, among the Malay population. For 12 years the British fought a guerrilla war, coming near to defeat by 1951. Severe repression, the forcible transfer of Chinese villagers to military control, divide and rule, aerial bombing, and repression eventually overcame the resistance, though Britain was forced to grant independence in 1957. 36 British forces killed 6,700 guerrillas and captured 1,300. Some 2,000 British security forces were killed and 2,500 civilians died. 37. The Philippines. The Philippines had been captured by the United States from Spain in 1898, and effectively run by them since. The country developed into a producer of raw materials and agricultural products for the U.S. This accordingly led to the land question becoming more volatile as land became concentrated in fewer hands. In the 1930s there were food shortages because of the eradication of peasant agriculture. Prior to the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, civil war had been simmering for the previous decade as resentment grew at U.S. control and the amassing of wealth by elite landlords. The Japanese occupation utilized the same small, corrupt, and self-seeking elite that had served the Americans. Lack of occupation troops allowed the peasantry to resume their struggle for land on an even greater scale. A massive guerrilla army, the Hukbalahap, arose following spontaneous rural uprisings which were denounced by the Communist Party as extreme leftist actions. 38. By the war's end the Huks fielded some 100,000 fighters and held vast swathes of territory, having killing some 20,000 Japanese and occupation troops. The liberated territories were run on a cooperative basis. 39. The story of the Philippines after the Americans returned parallels events in Greece. The Communists succeeded in disarming the Huk units and winning their acceptance of a government dominated by the old elite, but repression triggered a rebellion which launched a civil war. General Douglas MacArthur simply rehabilitated the old elite, recruiting the occupation police force into the new security forces who were quickly unleashed on the Huks. MacArthur favored Manuel Roxas, whom the OSS described as an exonerated collaborationist. 40. The U.S. employed indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas. The corruption, inflation, and prostitution which followed U.S. occupation inflicted massive damage on a fragile society. Throughout this conflict, the Communists were on the moderate wing of the left, urging compromise. Internal divisions on the left allowed the Americans to restore order. 41. Indonesia. Further south, Indonesia had fallen within months of Japan declaring war. The Dutch colonial authorities had no way of defending the islands. The Japanese occupation authorities encouraged Indonesian nationalism out of self-interest, and the two nationalist leaders previously committed to a strategy of non-cooperation with the Dutch, Sukarno and Mohammed Hatta, worked with them. In September 1944 the Japanese promised independence, which Sukarno and Hatta held up as validation of their policy of cooperation with the new occupiers. 2 days after Japan surrendered, Sukarno and Hatta declared independence. The former became president, the latter vice president. A wave of revolutionary celebration passed over the archipelago. Nationalist militias sprouted up in the absence of Dutch forces as the Japanese withdrew to barracks. 42 But the Dutch, who denounced Sukarno and Hatta as collaborators and independence as a child of Japanese fascism, received a $10 million loan from the US to help reoccupy the islands. 43. British troops were the first to arrive in September 1945, tasked with taking the Japanese surrender, but they quickly utilized Japanese forces in order to restore order, clashing with nationalist militias. In October 6,000 British and Indian troops had to fight for 3 days to take the city of Surabaya. Fighting continued in the surrounding area. By the beginning of 1946 British forces had retreated from the interior of the main island, Java. By November 1946 the British had quit and 55,000 Dutch forces had arrived, equipped by the United States. In 3 years of fighting the Dutch failed to regain control of either Java or Sumatra and at the end of 1949 were forced to recognize the Indonesian Republic. Between 45,000 and 100,000 Indonesians had died and there were 7 million refugees on Java and Sumatra. Across Southeast Asia, China, and Korea there was bitterness over the broken promise of liberation which followed the war's end. U.S. historian John Dower points out that this was one consequence of the US decision to turn Japan into a key Cold War ally. One of the most pernicious aspects of the occupation was that the Asian people who had suffered most from Imperial Japan's depredations, the Chinese, Koreans, Indonesians, and Filipinos, had no serious role, no influential presence at all in the defeated land. They became invisible. Asian contributions to defeating the emperor's soldiers and sailors were displaced by an all-consuming focus on the American victory in the Pacific War. By this process of vaporization, the crimes that had been committed against Asian people through colonization as well as war were easily put out of mind. 44. Chapter 11. The Post-War World. The surrender ceremony in Tokyo Bay marked the formal end of the Second World War. Deaths caused by this conflict were between 3 and 5 times the figure for the First World War. They totaled between 10 and 20% of the total population in the USSR, Poland, and Yugoslavia, and between 4 and 6% in Germany, Italy, Austria, Hungary, Japan, and China. Casualties in Britain and France were far lower than in the First World War, about 1%, but in the US higher. 1. Yet despite these terrible casualties the end of the war did not mean the end of the fighting. Very quickly the old empires were battling to maintain their colonial possessions in Asia, there was civil war in Greece, and soon France was dragged into a bitter war in Algeria whose wounds still remain. Eventually the United States would intervene in Vietnam against the communist-led liberation movement, to disastrous effect. The Cold War that developed between the US and Russia boiled over into full-scale war in Korea. The list continues. The world since 1945 has yet to enjoy peace. The American century is declared. The United States was already a world power in December 1941, but its involvement in the Second World War raised it to new and dizzying heights. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Panama, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Cuba all declared war on Japan. Roosevelt's declaration of war meant the US-controlled territories of Samoa, Guam, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands were also at war. By the end of the war Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela had all joined the Allied camp. 2 While it might not have enjoyed a formal empire like Britain's, Washington had a very real imperial sway over Latin America and the Pacific. In the course of the Second World War U.S. gross national product almost doubled, rising from $91 billion to $166 billion. 3 Industrial output doubled. Shipbuilding grew from 1 million to 19 million tons a year, while agricultural production grew by 20%. 4 Calco points to how the state-directed war economy would shape U.S. industry's post-war power. By spring 1944 the United States government financed 3/4 of the $20 billion in new industrial plant constructed during the war. Until that time, in addition to contracting for the construction of 2,700 Liberty ships to carry goods abroad, 5 General Motors supplied 1/10 of U.S. war production and hired 750,000 new workers. The Ford Motor Company alone produced more military equipment than Italy. 6. President Roosevelt and his cabinet were explicit about their plans to safeguard and capture foreign markets. Secretary of State Cordell Hull declared, leadership toward a new system of international relationships in trade and other economic affairs will devolve largely upon the United States because of our great economic strength. We should assume leadership and the responsibility that goes with it, primarily for reasons of pure self-interest. 7. Roosevelt's vice president, Henry Wallace, boasted that, the American businessman of tomorrow would understand that the new frontier extends from Minneapolis, all the way to Central Asia. 8. Under their open-door policy, the ruling class wanted to break into the other imperialists' colonial markets, smash protectionist barriers, and establish their control of the world. Capitalist system. 9. No other power could spare the resources that the U.S. could deploy. The Manhattan Project that developed the atomic bomb employed 120,000 people based in 37 installations spread across 19 different states. In order to build the bomb in just 3 years, the federal government spent $2,000 million. 10. The United Nations was created by the Allies as a replacement for the League of Nations, which had failed to prevent the outbreak of war. The name had been adopted by the Allies following the signing of the Atlantic Charter between the United States and Britain in January 1942. The Americans successfully pushed for the creation of a permanent Security Council in which they and the other great powers had a majority and in which anyone could employ a veto on any decision it disliked. The existence of the Security Council and the veto overcame the objections raised after the First World War regarding the League of Nations limiting the US room for maneuver. As Secretary of State Hull explained, we should not forget that this veto power is chiefly for the benefit of the United States. 11. The United States provided 70% of the costs of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, which meant it controlled where food aid was directed, of major importance in swathes of Europe and Asia facing hunger in the wake of the war. 12. In 1945, Stalin's concerns were more limited, protecting a greater Russia, preventing a revived Germany, allied with the West, and creating a bulwark in Eastern Europe protecting the USSR. As for Britain's alliance with the United States, it was never a case of equal partners. By 1944, British exports were at a third of the 1938 level while imports were up by 50%. Overseas capital assets worth £1.3 billion had been liquidated while Britain's overseas debts were 5 times the pre-war figure. Britain was actually in debt to parts of its empire, Egypt, India, and Iraq. Its debts were 7 times greater than its currency reserves, reducing sterling to the status of a non-convertible currency. 13. A week after Japan surrendered, the U.S. ceased the Lend-Lease scheme without warning. The new Labour government dispatched John Maynard Keynes to Washington to negotiate a $3.75 billion loan at a 2% rate of interest. Britain had to accept membership of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, in other words the liberalization of global trade, and to agree to return sterling to being a convertible currency at a far lower rate than pre-war. Much of the U.S. loan, as Keynes pointed out, was to be spent on overseas military expenditure. 14. The Labour Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, told the House of Commons in May 1947, Her Majesty's government do not accept the view, that we have ceased to be a great power or the contention that we have ceased to play that role. We regard ourselves as one of the powers most vital to the peace of the world and we still have our historic part to play. The very fact that we have fought so hard for liberty, and paid such a price, warrants our retaining this position, and indeed it places a duty upon us to continue to retain it. I am not aware of any suggestion, seriously advanced, that by a sudden stroke of fate, as it were, we have overnight ceased to be a great power. 15. British leaders could talk of Britain being Greece to America's imperial Rome or boast of their special relationship with Washington, but the truth was that any Anglo-American alliance was simply viewed as a matter of expediency by U.S. political and military leaders. The economic gap between the states was yawning. In 1938, gross national product per head in the U.S. was just 10% above the British figure. By 1944 it was 50% or higher. 16. Kalko points to another long-standing U.S. objective, control of European oil supplies. As an oil reserve, the Middle East was too distant to be reliable. Middle Eastern oil to the United States ultimately represented exports to Europe and a source of profit, and potentially an instrument to control the European economy. 17. The United States was determined to control the oil its rivals depended on so they could be forced into line if necessary. During the war itself, matters came to a head with the Americans determined to exclude the British from the immense Saudi Arabian oil fields. As the wrangle continued, Churchill wrote to Roosevelt, "Thank you very much for your assurances about no sheep eyes at our oil fields in Iran and Iraq. Let me reciprocate by giving you fullest assurances that we have no thought of trying to horn in upon your interests or property in Saudi Arabia. My position in this, as in all things, is that Great Britain seeks no advantage, territorial or otherwise, as a result of the war. On the other hand, she will not be deprived of anything which rightly belongs to her." 18. But in regards to Saudi Arabia, deprived Britain was. In 1943 and 1944 the US pushed the British to allow an open door to Middle Eastern supplies. After difficult negotiations, the British were forced to cede control of Saudi Arabia. Crucial to this was the outbidding of the British in the bribes and aid given to the House of Saud, the autocratic rulers of Saudi Arabia. The Saudi king was awarded major US loans and arms, and Washington clinched the deal in late 1944. In Iran, however, the Americans failed to secure outright control. They, the British and the Russians, became embroiled in a fight for control of the oil fields. After the Germans attacked Russia, Iran had become vital not only for its oil but as a supply line to the Soviet Union. Both London and Moscow were nervous at the pro-Nazi sympathies of Iran's ruler, the Shah, and in August 1941 Soviet troops invaded from the north, linking with British and Indian forces invading from the south. 2 months later they forced the Shah to abdicate in favor of his son, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, who ruled until his overthrow in the Iranian Revolution of 1979. American troops arrived in Iran after the US had joined the war. The British effectively controlled Iranian oil fields through the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, the future BP. The Russians wanted control of oil development in the north and the US began courting the new Shah to break the British monopoly. 20. All of this helped create a popular campaign for the nationalization of Iran's oil. The Iranian parliament asserted its right in December 1944 to control the granting of oil concessions. The prime mover in this was Mohammad Mossadegh. Anglo-Iranian Oil continued to exploit its concession, but in 1951 a nationalist government led by Mossadegh took the company into state hands, sparking a CIA/MI5 sponsored coup 2 years later which gave full powers to the Shah. 21 In the end, Washington, fearful of the rising power of Russia, decided that it could not afford to weaken Britain too much. A deal was reached over Iranian and Iraqi oil which gave Britain the junior share in an American-controlled global oil industry. Meanwhile, Washington acted to increase its hegemony over Latin America by excluding British goods. Britain accounted for 40% of Latin American imports in 1938, but 10 years later this figure had fallen to 8%. Washington was particularly keen to eradicate British economic influence in Argentina, part of the Sterling bloc. As late as 1942 Britain controlled 60% of foreign investment there, compared to the US 20%. In January 1945 the U.S. ambassador to Mexico, who worked closely with the State Department on policy towards Latin America, stated that one aim was to bring about the appropriate change in Argentina and bring her back into the fold. 22 Washington succeeded. On February 17, 1941 an editorial entitled The American Century appeared in Life magazine signed by its founder and publisher, Henry Luce. This Republican-supporting millionaire had been an admirer of Mussolini prior to the war and was violently opposed to Roosevelt's New Deal. He argued that the U.S. had missed its chance in 1918 to mold the world around its economic and social model, and now this renewed opportunity must not be wasted. we must accept wholeheartedly our duty and our opportunity as the most powerful and vital nation in the world, and in consequence to exert upon the world the full impact of our influence, for such purposes as we see fit and by such means as we see fit. He added that in any sort of partnership with the British Empire, America should assume the role of senior partner. 23 The editorial was mass-produced and circulated widely, appearing in full in the Washington Post and Reader's Digest. It was a call that fell on receptive ears in U.S. ruling circles. This new empire would not follow the British and European model of creating an empire by open colonial conquest. Instead, the American century would be presented, particularly in Asia and Africa, as a champion of liberty and democracy and as a supporter of an end to colonial rule. The American century would also champion global free trade, to the benefit of the world's strongest post-war economy. Later, in 1948, the State Department planning head, George F. Kennan, wrote in a confidential internal memo, "We have about 50% of the world's wealth but only 6.3% of its population. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security." 24. The institutions for ordering world trade established at the 1944 Bretton Woods Conference, the IMF, the World Bank, and the GATT agreements, swept away restrictions on trade. As the biggest single contributor, the U.S. ensured its effective domination of the IMF and the World Bank. The International Monetary Fund was created to stabilize the world financial system after the war, while the World Bank was intended to revive the economies of the US European allies. The International Trade Organization also stemmed from discussions at Bretton Woods. In December 1945, the US invited its wartime allies to discuss a multilateral agreement on reducing tariffs. This would become today's World Trade Organization. In return for lowering barriers to US exports, Washington financed a massive program of financial credits to war-torn countries. The United States could not passively sanction the employment of capital raised within the United States for ends contrary to our major policies or interests, said the State Department's Herbert Fayes in 1944. Capital is a form of power. 25 The post-war program of Marshall Plan loans and grants to countries made this explicit. Benefits under will come to an abrupt end in any country that votes communism to power, said General George Marshall, President Truman's Secretary of State and the aid program's namesake. 26. The United States held the overwhelming majority of world's central bank monetary gold reserves. The Bretton Woods gold exchange standard uniquely privileged the role of the US dollar, which remains to this day the world reserve currency. In the immediate post-war years, war-torn countries from Western Europe to Japan needed dollars to buy U.S. capital equipment, oil, foodstuffs, and much more. All IMF member country currencies were to be fixed in value to the U.S. dollar, but only the U.S. dollar would have its value fixed at a rate of $35 per ounce of gold. Foreign states and banks could only exchange dollars for gold at this fixed rate. The dollar was as good as gold, effectively the world's currency. 27. To back up economic clout with military muscle, the U.S. built military alliances spanning the globe. The most important of these, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, founded in 1949, served to involve the U.S. permanently in European affairs. Ostensibly formed to present a common European front against a Soviet invasion of the West, its real aim was to keep the U.S. in Europe, to keep Russia out, and to keep Germany tied down, to paraphrase Britain's Lord Ismay. George Kennan, the U.S. State Department's architect of the containment of communism, nevertheless ridiculed NATO as a military defense against an attack no one is planning. He added that NATO added depth and recalcitrance to the division of the continent and virtually forced individual countries to choose sides. 28. The U.S. entered the Second World War with limited access to the world's markets and without military bases to enforce its will. It emerged with troops in 56 countries stationed at more than 400 military bases. The U.S. economy, rejuvenated by the war, accounted for 75% of invested capital in the world. 29 The US immediately solidified this new power. It rebuilt European capitalism through the Marshall Plan and set up NATO to enforce its rule over the continental powers. After defeating Japan, the US laid claim to political and economic rule in Asia. It first assisted and later replaced the French in Indochina. It partitioned Korea with Russia, and later engaged in a proxy war with Russia and China over the partition, a war that claimed more than 2 million lives. 30. The US built its empire out of the rubble of Europe's colonies. But instead of building colonial regimes, it backed dictators such as the Shah of Iran, Suharto in Indonesia, and Mobutu in Zaire, who would obey US economic and political orders. Where it did intervene directly, in Vietnam, the US killed 2 million people in order to prevent the country from achieving independence. The United States beat back anti-imperialist movements and workers' rebellions all around the world in the name of fighting communism. It thereby turned itself into the Globico of world capitalism, the greatest foe of workers' power at home and abroad. The reality of American power still casts a dark shadow over our lives. The passing of the British Empire. The decision of the US to support the reimposition of British, French and Dutch colonialism in much of Asia represented something of a U-turn, Washington having been anti-colonial, in its rhetoric at least, in regard to the European powers prior to the outbreak of war. Now the growth of left-wing liberation movements across much of Asia meant the Truman administration was fearful of a communist takeover in the region. A sense of imperial decline gripped the British ruling class. Both before and after the First World War, aware of its own fading fortunes, it had turned on the working class in an effort to restore international competitiveness, by driving down wages and benefits and enforcing anti-trade union laws. Churchill had been associated with much of this, and his post-war career was marked by a virulent anti-communism, a refusal to grant any concessions to Indian demands for self-government, and support at the time of the 1936 abdication crisis for Edward VIII. Yet this arch-imperialist would preside over the key moment in the dissolution of the short history of Britain's empire. In truth, he had a weak set of cards. His triumph was to keep Britain in the war in the summer of 1940, denying Hitler complete victory. After that he would have to rely on others to achieve victory, and a victory which came at a heavy price for British ambition. When King George VI declared war on Hitler's Germany, he did so not just on behalf of the people of Britain but also of the population of the Indian subcontinent and the rest of the empire. None were consulted. Over 2 million men from the subcontinent fought for Britain between 1939 and 1945. The Indian Army successfully stopped the Japanese invading Bengal and was responsible for recapturing Burma. 31 The record of the 5th Indian Division illustrates the importance of the Indian Army. It fought in the Sudan against the Italians, and then in Libya against the Germans. The division was moved to Iraq to protect the oilfields, then to the Burma front, together with 8 other Indian divisions, and then occupied Malaya. After this it was moved to Java to disarm the Japanese garrison there. 32. While many imperial subjects fought loyally for the King Emperor, growing numbers were infected with a spirit of rebellion. The example of the Irish Republicans, who had forced Britain to the negotiating table and then to quit most of the island in 1921, struck a chord across the empire, particularly in India. In contrast, there was resistance to the war in one British Dominion where the standpoint was radically different. In September 1939, Prime Minister General J.B.M. Hertzog stood up to address the South African Parliament. He told the assembly that he could not back war against Hitler. I have carefully followed his actions step by step, and I have asked myself, where is the proof that this man is out for world domination? With what justification can one ask me and South Africa to take part in a war because Hitler and the German nation will no longer suffer this humiliation? We are asked to plunge ourselves into this war. We have no right to do so, and if we do so the Afrikaans-speaking people outside will get such a shock that it will take them years and years to get over it. 33. South Africa was treaty-bound to go to war with Britain. Hertzog resigned the premiership to be replaced by General Smuts. but opposition to the war continued, with over 20,000 attending anti-war rallies in late June 1940. In January of the following year there were riots. Members of the far-right Ossawa Brandwag carried out armed attacks, aided by the police, on soldiers in transit to the front in Egypt. Hundreds of members of the Ossawa Brandwag were interned along with hundreds of their police sympathizers. One of those held was the future apartheid premier, B.J. Vorster. Yet the former Minister of Defense, Oswald Perot, who openly proclaimed his loyalty to Nazism, remained free. As head of the South African New Order, he would go on to cooperate with Oswald Mosley in trying to revive an international fascist organization in the post-war years. At the end of the war the detained nationalists, still parading their Hitlerite sympathies and anti-Semitism, were released and given a warm welcome home from prison. The right-wing Nationalist Party would build on opposition to the war and to Smuts's collaboration with Churchill to become the eventual ruling party, establishing the apartheid regime in 1948.34. Across the colonial world, the Second World War gave rise to an unstoppable tide of liberation. Popular movements had already begun to form prior to 1939, but the collapse of the British, French, and Dutch empires when attacked by Japan now spurred on resistance. The initial reaction of the old colonial powers was not to budge an inch. The approach of war had created fears among Britain's Tory cabinet ministers of what fate might befall the British Empire. Lord Lothian believed that Nehru was just waiting for the declaration of war to let loose revolution in India. Sir Anthony Eden feared a race riot from Cairo to the Cape. 35. On August 12, 1941, Churchill and Roosevelt signed the Atlantic Charter, which stated that the two governments would respect the right of all people to choose the form of government under which they will live. The following month the British Prime Minister asserted that this did not apply to British-ruled India. The British ruling class's real agenda was summed up by Leo Amery at the India Office, who stated in December 1942, "After all, smashing Hitler is only a means to the essential end of preserving the British Empire and all it stands for in the world." 36. Churchill could not countenance any retreat from full-blooded colonialism. In 1944 he floated the idea of a Council of Asia, dominated by the colonial powers, to prevent trouble arising with the yellow races. He assured the exiled Dutch Prime Minister that he was going to stand up for the Dutch Empire after the war. 37 When the Labour leader and Deputy Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, told students that promises of self-government would apply to colonial peoples, Churchill expressed his astonishment that the natives of Nigeria or East Africa could by a majority vote choose the form of government under which they live. He expressed that bluntly to one of Roosevelt's advisers, saying in December 1942, "We will not let the Hottentots by popular vote throw the white people into the sea." Finally in December 1944, in words aimed at Labour and the Americans, he declared, "Hands off the British Empire is our maxim and it must not be weakened or smirched to please sob-stuff merchants at home or foreigners of any hue." 38. 10 months later the message was similar from the new Labour government, when Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin stated, "I am not prepared to sacrifice the British Empire, because I know that if the British Empire fell, it would mean that the standard of life of my constituents would fall considerably." 39 Later, at the Yalta Conference in February 1945, he added that talk in the summit statement about the right of nations to self-determination did not apply to any part of the British Empire. 40 At Yalta the world was divided between the victorious Allies into spheres of influence. Russia got Eastern Europe, Britain much of its old empire, and the US took the lion's share, including supposedly China. Yet the truth was that British and European colonialism in Asia was doomed. The dominant reason for that was the huge surge of national liberation unleashed by the war. The secondary factor was the US, which wanted to crack open the British Empire's stranglehold on global free trade. Thirdly, Britain was now too overstretched to maintain imperial control. Fourthly, the dramatic collapse of its power in Southeast Asia demonstrated its weakness. The Americans had already forced the British to give up the concessions it had gained from China, such as Shanghai, but they were out to achieve much more. They were helped by the fact that imperial ties had weakened between Britain and its dominions. The inability of British forces to defend Australia and New Zealand meant that both relied on Washington for their defence and both effectively switched over into the US camp. After the fall of Singapore, the Australian Prime Minister declared, "Australia looks to America." Canada too was increasingly economically linked with its southern neighbour. 41. The Japanese attack on Southeast Asia came just as powerful nationalist movements were emerging there. Yet whenever the Japanese conquered a European colony, they did nothing to act on their anti-colonial rhetoric. Rather, they established puppet regimes which ruled in Japan's imperial interests. India. India was the beating heart of Britain's empire. The Nationalist Congress Party had swept into control of most of India's provinces in the elections of 1937. After Indians were told they were at war by the Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow, bargaining began. Congress demanded independence, but Britain needed the Congress to rule India. 42. Troops from the Indian subcontinent were key to the British war effort in the Middle East, Italy, and against Japan. Yet the independence agitation could feed on grievances inside the Indian Army. Until 1932 the British had refused to commission Indians as officers. By 1939 there were still only 290 Indian-born officers, and even after a wartime influx just 3 Indians had reached the rank of brigadier by 1946.43. As early as June 1940 a major mutiny broke out after a Sikh squadron sent overseas from Bombay was shunted into a railway siding and left there for a day and a night. 44. Under pressure from Washington, Churchill, a violent opponent of Indian independence, was forced to reopen negotiations. As the Japanese reached India's borders, the leader of the House of Commons, Labour's Sir Stafford Cripps, was sent to India. The offer he carried with him was that a constituent assembly should meet after the war to determine India's position, and that while it was hoped it would remain in the Commonwealth, it could decide either way. Cripps also proposed that areas with a Muslim majority could hold referendums to determine whether to secede from an independent India. It was made clear that in the short term Congress leaders would have no effective say over Indian participation in the war. Both the key Congress leaders, Gandhi and Nehru, favoured the Allied cause, but they could not back Britain's war effort unless it promised independence. Gandhi turned the offer down, saying it was a post-dated check on a failing bank, and launched the Quit India agitation in August 1942.45. Gandhi told his followers to do or die. 46. His arrest on the day after the campaign's launch unleashed a rebellion that saw clashes with the police and army, mass strikes, and a peasant rebellion in Bihar and the United Provinces. The Quit India movement lasted until March 1943 and was only defeated by massive repression. Lord Linlithgow telegrammed Churchill that it was by far the most serious rebellion since that of 1857, the gravity and extent of which we have so far concealed from the world for reasons of military security. 47. This was no exaggeration. The railway between Delhi and Calcutta, the main artery for British colonial rule, was blown up in Bihar province, which was out of British control for over 2 weeks. Supplies to the front line in Burma were stopped for a time, and across the subcontinent police stations were burnt down, officers killed, and telegraph wires cut. For a week or more the British authorities suppressed news of all this, fearful it would lead to a collapse in morale in both India and Britain. During those days they were doubtful they could reassert control. 48. One British Fusilier recalled being sent to Kalyan in India and the commanding officer addressing them thus: "Well, you are now in India. Forget about your democratic ideas. This is a completely different situation here, and I'll expect you to treat these people," it was, these Wags, "in the same way as the regulars have been treating them for hundreds of years." 49. Huge numbers of troops were used to restore control, and the RAF bombed villages to suppress popular unrest. Congress was banned. In order to appease the Indian upper classes, 11 of their members were brought onto the Viceroy's 14-strong Executive Council. At this point Britain promoted Muhammad Ali Jinnah's Muslim League, which was invited to form regional governments in Sindh, Assam, Bengal and the northwest frontier province. For centuries Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs had lived together. Now the British were promoting the idea of a Muslim state in what was termed Pakistan and an essentially Hindu state in India. This, as the British authorities were aware, was likely to unleash communal violence in mixed communities across the subcontinent. The stage was set for the tragedy of partition. 50. Some nationalists were not prepared to limit themselves to non-violence. Subhas Chandra Bose had come fourth in the British civil service exams in 1920 but resigned his subsequent post in protest at the Amritsar massacre. Bose was twice elected president of the Indian National Congress but was forced to resign from the post after a motion of no confidence moved by supporters of Mahatma Gandhi. Bose opposed the strategy of nonviolence, arguing in favor of armed resistance. At the outbreak of war, Bose successfully evaded British security forces to reach Afghanistan, going on to Germany where he recruited 3 battalions of Indian POWs into a nationalist army with the blessing of the Germans. In February 1943 he was taken by submarine to rendezvous with a Japanese submarine which took him to Tokyo. Some 40,000 Indian POWs in Japanese hands had already pledged to join an Indian National Army. Many had been shocked from their loyalty to the Raj by the collapse of British power, reacting against the racism and indignity they suffered at the hands of British officers. 51. Meanwhile, the British Raj was adding to its catalogue of horrors. Between 3.5 and 5 million people died from starvation, malnutrition, and related illnesses during the Bengal famine of 1943. The famine was not a natural catastrophe, it was man-made. The British were stockpiling food for the Indian Army and rice was exported to the Middle East to feed British soldiers and to Sri Lanka where the British-run Southeast Asia Command was based. The loss of Burma cut rice supplies from there while a scorched earth policy was implemented in the region nearest the Burmese border. Overall there was no fall in the rice harvest in 1943, but the rural laborers, peasants, and fishing families of Bengal had seen their incomes fall by 2/3 since 1940 while the price of rice had soared. Bengal had enough rice and other grains to feed its population, yet millions of people were too poor to buy it. 52 The British authorities failed to implement normal peacetime famine relief measures and were more concerned with quelling the Quit India movement. The Bengal government failed to prevent rice exports, and made little attempt to import surpluses from elsewhere in India, or to buy up stocks from speculators to redistribute to the hungry. Starving people flocked into Calcutta, many dying in a city with well-stocked markets. The British authorities removed tens of thousands of destitute, starving people from Calcutta and other urban areas in late 1943. These people were relocated to die in the countryside. Churchill repeatedly opposed Food for India and specifically intervened to block provision of 10,000 tons of grain offered by Canada, because he saw that as weakening British rule. The US declined to provide food aid in deference to the British government. The British government rejected the Viceroy Lord Wavell's request for 1 million tons of grain in 1944 and also rejected his request that the US and the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration be approached for assistance. 53. Elsewhere, Black Africans and Afro-Caribbeans were also radicalized. Ex-soldiers were to the fore in the militant anti-colonial campaign which developed in the Gold Coast after the war. Some 374,000 had enlisted from Britain's African colonies. 54 The Caribbean contributed too, with 8,500 joining the RAF. 55 West Indians were recruited to aid Britain's domestic war effort. 800 forestry workers were brought from British Honduras to work in the freezing highlands of Scotland. On their arrival some discovered that they had to build their own barracks, and all were paid less than they had been promised. Some 520 men came from the Caribbean colonies to work in Britain's war industries. Approximately 15,000 colonial merchant seamen served in the British merchant fleet, of who 5,000 perished. 56. The Middle East. Britain had conceded formal independence to Egypt after the First World War but retained the right to maintain a considerable garrison. There was both a king and a government in Cairo, rivals often at daggers drawn, but the British also wielded considerable power. At the outbreak of war, Egypt broke off diplomatic relations with Germany and ceded control of its ports to Britain. The Egyptian government refused, however, to declare war on Italy and withdrew its troops from the border with Libya when Mussolini entered the war in June 1940. The British forced the government's dismissal and the retirement of the Army Chief of Staff. In February 1942 the British were facing the prospect of losing control of Egypt. Axis forces were nearing Alexandria. King Farouk was regarded as being fickle in his loyalty and had recently appointed as Prime Minister a man the British regarded as pro-German. The British demanded Farouk appoint the pro-British Nahas Pasha as Prime Minister. Farouk refused. The British issued him with an ultimatum to comply by 6 p.m. or face the consequences. Brian Lapping describes events. At 6:15 p.m. the king delivered his reply. The ultimatum was an infringement of the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty and of the rights of Egypt. The king could not assent to it. Lampson sent a message to say that he would be calling on the king at 9 p.m. By the time he did so, British tanks and armoured vehicles had surrounded the Abdon Palace. The king prudently ordered his royal guard not to resist. 57. Farouk gave way after this threat of forced abdication. A young Egyptian officer wrote of these events of February 4, 1942, "What is to be done now that this has happened and we accepted it with surrender and servility? I believe that colonialism, if it felt that some Egyptians intended to sacrifice their lives and face force with force, would retreat like a prostitute." 58 Lieutenant Gamal Abdel Nasser spoke for a generation of young Egyptians. Iraq had been a British protectorate since the end of the First World War and Iraqi oil was important to Britain. In 1941, however, a coup brought a new pro-Axis government headed by Rashid Ali to power. The pro-British King Faisal II fled to the Habaniyat RAF air base and was spirited out of the country. Hitler promised weapons to be delivered from Vichy-run Syria, but in the meantime Rashid Ali surrounded the RAF base to try to stop reinforcements arriving. It was surrounded by an 8-mile fence and was home to 56 tennis courts, swimming pools, stables, a polo ground and golf course. RAF bombers were called in and 2 relief columns marched from Jordan. German aircraft were operating from Syria and the RAF had to attack their bases before Imperial troops forced Rashid Ali to flee. 59. Iraq was the main outlet for British-controlled oilfields in neighboring Iran. Germany had vied for influence there, and with the Wehrmacht seemingly near victory in Russia in 1941, the Shah, Reza Khan Pahlavi, was in touch with the Germans and refused to obey British orders. At a time of serious military setbacks for both countries, Russia and Britain sent in large numbers of troops, tanks and aircraft to occupy Iran and depose the Shah in favor of his son. Roosevelt had sanctioned the move at the meeting where he and Churchill announced the Atlantic Charter, promising freedom to the world. 60. In order to remove the German presence in Syria, British and Free French forces invaded, hoping to meet no resistance, but the pro-Vichy forces fought back. The eventual occupation of the country involved a far bloodier campaign than had been planned for. 61. In Palestine, Churchill championed the creation of the future Israeli state. In June 1943, General Spears, who broached the matter with him, noted, he said he had formed an opinion which nothing would change. He intended to see to it there was a Jewish state. He told me not to argue with him as this would merely make him angry and would change nothing. 62. The next month the cabinet agreed to allow Jewish immigration, but only to the limits set in a 1939 white paper, and supported a partition policy which would have created a small Jewish state, a small Arab state attached to Syria, and a larger British mandatory territory. Churchill opposed this policy and continued to meet the Zionist leader, Chaim Weizmann, advising him to campaign against British policy when he visited the U.S. The Prime Minister also vetoed any action being taken against the growing Zionist underground forces in Palestine and the stocks of weapons they were gathering. 63. From India to Palestine, British imperialism was fostering divisions which would burn for decades, just as it had done in Ireland years before. Neither repression nor divide and rule could staunch the desire for freedom. The end of the French Empire. A similar story could be told of French imperialism. De Gaulle's Free French units relied on troops recruited from its colonies. Two out of the four French divisions which helped force the Gustav Line in southern Italy were Moroccan and one was Algerian. By the end of the war there were 300,000 Moroccans in the French army. Many of these Arab volunteers were dispatched home or withdrawn from the front line as soon as de Gaulle could enlist white Frenchmen to replace them, so that the army that invaded Germany would be white. The policy was called blanchissement. A deep sense of bitterness developed. 64. A West African soldier in de Gaulle's army, Yeo Kauerhana, recalled how his unit was withdrawn from the front line in eastern France to the south. We had started the war and it was almost over now and we were being replaced by French troops who had been afraid. We wanted the Africans to win the war. 65. On VE Day in 1945, 8,000 people demonstrated in Sétif in Algeria under the slogan, "For the liberation of the people, long live free and independent Algeria." They were also brandishing, for the first time, the green and white flag that had once been the standard of that legendary hero of resistance against the French, Abdul el-Kader, and was later to become that of the National Liberation Front, the FLN. The French sub-prefect of Sétif, Butterlin, ordered his chief of police, Valère, to intervene and seize the banners. Valère warned that that might mean a fight. "All right," replied Butterlin, "then there'll be a fight." 66. The police opened fire but were overcome by the crowds. Arms were seized and demonstrators fanned out across the area attacking colonists, killing 103. The French repression that followed was fierce. The casualties inflicted by the armed forces were set officially at 500 to 600, but the numbers of Muslim villagers killed by the more indiscriminate naval and aerial bombardments may have amounted to more. Alistair Horn puts the number of Muslims killed at 6,000.67. What had changed in Algeria? Horn explains that, the Second World War came and with it France's crushing defeat in 1940. To Muslim minds, particularly sensitive to prestige and baraka, the humiliation made a deep impression. 68. The events at Sétif helped spark the 8-year liberation war which would drive France out of Algeria. The world had been turned upside down. Conclusion. The Second World War was not, in the minds of those who ruled the Allied powers, a war against fascism. Neither was it a war for democracy. In 1938 Britain and France refused to fight in defense of a democratically elected government in Czechoslovakia but did go to war a year later in defense of Poland, a country ruled by a military clique with pronounced anti-Semitic policies. One of Britain's allies was Greek dictator Metaxas, whose regime had many fascist traits. Britain's major concern when its forces entered Greece was not to enforce democracy but to crush the communist-led resistance army, ELIS, and its civilian wing, EAM, in order to restore the old order. Regarding Italy, Churchill's Secretary of State for India, Leo Amery, said in August 1941 that, if Italy prefers, after we have got rid of Mussolini, to retain their corporative and functional basis of government, there is no reason why she should not do so. 1. In 1942, at the time of the Allied landings in North Africa, President Roosevelt wrote to the Spanish dictator, Franco, describing himself as your sincere friend and assuring him, Spain has nothing to fear from the Allies. 2. On May 24, 1944 Churchill told the Commons that, the internal affairs of Spain were a matter for Spaniards alone. 3. The former leader of the Spanish Communist Party, Fernando Clausen, points out that this position was also accepted by Stalin. The maintenance in power of the fascist dictatorship in Spain after the Second World War is one of the clearest results of Stalin's policy of sharing out areas of influence. 4. In Portugal and Spain fascist dictatorships would survive until 1974 and 1975. In terms of the colonial world, talk of a war for democracy must have seemed risible. There the old colonial powers were fighting to preserve their empires and the racism embedded in colonial rule. While the US might have used anti-imperialist rhetoric to undermine Britain's imperial position, when it came to its own sphere of influence it was similarly ruthless. Towards a Marxist interpretation of the war. The central argument of this book is that the Second World War was an imperialist war, but that fascism ensured it took place in an entirely different ideological environment than did the 1914-18 conflict. Across the world, millions of people yearned for the destruction of fascism and were prepared to back their country's leaders if they could achieve that. Just 2 days after the outbreak of war, the exiled Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky argued, "The struggle is going on between the imperialist slaveholders of different camps for a new division of the world. The present war is a direct prolongation of the previous war." He summed up the situation thus: "The initiative for the new redivision of the world this time, as in 1914, belonged naturally to German imperialism." Caught off guard, the British government first attempted to buy its way out by concessions at the expense of others. But this policy was short-lived. Trotsky was clear that it was an imperialist war, but one in which ideology played a crucial role. In particular, the working class's hatred of fascism meant revolutionaries had to adopt a somewhat different approach to that of 1914. Then, Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg and Liebknecht had proclaimed it was an imperialist war in which there was nothing to choose between the powers. In that situation, the main enemy was at home. 6. In March 1939, after Hitler had occupied the Rump Czech state and absorbed it into the Third Reich, Trotsky replied to those on the left who argued that faced with the Nazi threat, the old approach could not be taken. He pointed out that the Czech government and ruling class had offered no resistance to Hitler, and that was no accident. In the 24 hours of universal confusion and indignation, the Czech working class could have toppled the capitulatory government, taken power, and appealed for international support in its resistance to the Nazis. In March 1939, Trotsky wrote in reply to those who argued that revolutionary defeatism was no response in a war against fascism, in reference to the absorption of the Rump Czechoslovakia into the Third Reich. The exiled revolutionary issued a very clear warning: the Czech working class did not have the slightest right to entrust the leadership of a war against fascism to Messrs. capitalists who, within a few days, so safely changed their coloration and became themselves fascists and quasi-fascists. Transformations and recolorations of this kind on the part of the ruling classes will be on the order of the day in wartime in all democracies. That is why the proletariat would ruin itself if it were to determine its main line of policy by the formal and unstable labels of "for fascism" and "against fascism." 7. Yet anti-fascist ideology played a key role in September 1939, and the resulting mood of the working class had to be taken into account. Accordingly, in discussions with American Trotskyists in the early summer of 1940, just as France surrendered to Hitler, Trotsky pointed out that the Roosevelt administration had already set the process of militarization in motion and that it had widespread support among the working class, because they bear a sentimental hatred against Hitler mixed with confused class sentiments. 8 American workers hated Hitler and Mussolini, but their trade union leaders, allied in the main to Roosevelt, tried to use that to justify support for the Churchill government in London. Trotsky argued for a different approach based on creating anti-fascist militias. He returned to this at the beginning of August: the feeling of the masses is that it is necessary to defend themselves. "We must say," Roosevelt says, "it is necessary to defend the country. Good, it must be our country, not that of the 60 families and their Wall Street. The army must be under our own command, we must have our own officers, who will be loyal to us. In this way we can find an approach to the masses that will not push them away from us, and thus prepare for the second step, a more revolutionary one. We must use the example of France to the very end. We must say, I warn you, workers, that they will betray you. Look at Pétain, who is a friend of Hitler. Shall we have the same thing happen in this country? We must create our own machine, under workers' control." 9. The reference to Pétain would have struck a chord in Britain in the summer of 1940, when there were numerous candidates for such a role in Britain. Many working people in Britain believed that if Hitler did invade, then a section of the ruling class would speedily come to a deal. And despite the rhetoric of the British government and King George VI about resisting the Germans in the ruins of London, they would have fled. From his cell in Brixton Prison, the jailed fascist leader, Sir Oswald Mosley, was confident he would be brought to power by a German invasion. 10. In the dark days of 1940, when Hitler seemed set to win, Trotsky argued with those who believed that all they could do was support Britain and its semi-ally the US, and that revolution could only return to the agenda after Hitler's defeat. Trotsky was confident that in occupied Europe Hitler's problems had only just begun, pointing out that the Third Reich was not sufficiently strong to position a soldier over every worker and peasant in the occupied territories, and did not have the means to transform them from a foe into a friend. While Hitler boasted of a 1,000-year Reich, Trotsky doubted it could last 10 years. As resistance to Nazism grew, that would create revolutionary explosions, and the task of the left was not to trust in British or US imperialism but to prepare for those explosions. He pointed out that if the left renounced independent revolutionary politics, who would utilize a revolutionary situation which might result from Hitler's defeat? 11. As we have seen, his question was prescient. Trotsky started from the need to maintain independent working-class organization. He proposed building a bridge to those workers who wanted to see fascism defeated but were uneasy with their own rulers' war aims. But this meant little, as the tiny Trotskyist movement was a weak vessel cast adrift in stormy seas, unable to act on Trotsky's strategic and tactical advice. In both France and the US the Trotskyists suffered damaging splits. Added to this was Trotsky's assassination and then the repression suffered by his followers during the war. More generally, the left felt the impact of the collapse of the French Popular Front government, the defeat of the Spanish Revolution, and the harmful impact of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. 12. In Trotskyists and the resistance in World War II, the Belgian Marxist Ernest Mondale argued that the Second World War was in reality a combination of 5 different wars. He lists the wars as: first, an inter-imperialist war fought between the Axis and Allied powers; second, a just war of self-defense by the people of China, an oppressed semi-colonial country, against Japanese imperialism; third, a just war of national defense of the Soviet Union, a workers' state, against an imperialist power; fourthly, a just war of national liberation of the oppressed colonial peoples of Africa and Asia, launched by the masses against British and French imperialism. Sometimes against Japanese imperialism, and sometimes against both in succession, one after the other. Mondale's fifth and last war was a war of liberation by the oppressed workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie against the German Nazi imperialists and their stooges, which was fought more especially in 2 countries, Yugoslavia and Greece, to a great extent in Poland, and incipiently in France and Italy. 13. Another Marxist, Donny Gluckstein, argues that there were 2 distinct wars, an imperialist war and a people's war against fascism. This, he states, was a war fought by the people, for the people. 14. Yet these wars, supposedly separate, were by no means of equal weight. The inter-imperialist war between the Axis and the Allies dominated events. The sacrifice of the self-interests of the working class by the communist parties, which dominated the resistance movements in Europe and Asia, to the diplomatic interests of the Kremlin meant that the potential for an autonomous liberation war was never realized. Where powerful guerrilla armies succeeded in taking state power, first in Yugoslavia and later in North Vietnam and China, they created societies which mirrored Stalin's Russia, with a state-directed drive to industrialize given total priority and with not a smidgen of proletarian democracy. Stalin himself was none too happy with Tito and Mao, whom he saw as rivals. The nationalist ideologies of these regimes led the Yugoslavs and, later, the Chinese to break with Moscow. The people did not take control of the people's democracies in Eastern Europe, not in the People's Republic of China, and certainly not in the states which would be created from the post-war struggle against colonialism. The imperialist nature of the war impacted on the resistance movements because they were prepared to accept the strategic demands of Moscow. In Italy, the forces of the resistance grouped in the CLNs followed the communists by accepting the authority of the government installed by the Allies, despite the deep reservations of the rank and file. 15. In Greece, Vietnam, and Malaya, communist-led resistance forces accepted the arrival of British forces after liberation and urged cooperation at heavy cost. When, post-war, the national liberation struggle resumed in all three countries against both the imperialist powers and their ruling class allies, it was in drastically less favorable circumstances. None of this means that these movements should not have accepted material aid from those imperialist powers that were engaging the same enemy, but it did require that they maintain complete strategic and political independence. That simply did not happen. The imperialist nature of the war shaped everything. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin succeeded in containing the forces of the anti-fascist resistance in Europe. In Asia they were only able to keep the lid on it for a brief time before it boiled over again. In discussions in Britain I have often been challenged by those demanding to know what would you have done, faced with the prospect of a German invasion in the summer of 1940. One response would have been to say that while Churchill may have wanted to fight the Germans for his own imperial reasons, there was a queue of top Tories ready to cut a deal with the Führer. Pointing to the debacle of the surrender in France, and the performance of the ruling class and the officer corps, the conclusion might have been that a people's militia was needed, and quick. By 1944 the final destruction of Nazism was required for the sake of humanity, but that did not involve writing the Allied leaders a blank check. Rather it necessitated demanding arms for the resistance movements in Europe and Asia, freedom for India and other colonies and, at home, immediate implementation of the welfare state and other promised reforms. Was revolution possible? The Communist Party leaders in France and Italy pointed to the Allied presence in Western Europe as the reason why revolution was not possible in 1944 and 1945. Later Thérèse argued, with the Americans in France the revolution would have been annihilated. 16 The reality was that in the winter of 1944-45 de Gaulle could not rely on his own armed forces to control France, and the Communists had control of many regions and had arms to hand. The general was relying on the support of Moscow and, in consequence, his ability to co-opt and restrain the PCF at the price of a few minor seats in government. De Gaulle did request, in September 1944, that 2 French divisions be withdrawn from the front to deal with the communist presence in the vast Toulouse-Limousin area. Eisenhower refused because, faced with an assault on the Third Reich, he needed every possible soldier. That refusal increased de Gaulle's reliance on Stalin and Thérèse to hold back the French working class and peasantry. 17. By the second half of 1944 the British armed forces were already shrinking in size. The Canadians had used up their pool of volunteers for overseas duties, and while France was not short of men it had neither the finances nor the means to equip them. The Americans might have been less affected, but war weariness was sweeping through the ranks. U.S. and British service personnel wanted home. Mutinies became common as demobilization was postponed. Strike fever was also affecting the home front as the number of disputes reached a climax in 1946, the year of the US's greatest ever strike wave. In the Philippines there were repeated mass demonstrations by GIs who were not eager to be used against the left-wing Huk guerrillas and were protesting at the delay in demobilization. The New York Times reported in January 1946 on one of these demonstrations, "The Philippines are capable of handling their own internal problems," was the slogan voiced by several speakers. Many extended the same point of view to China. 18. In the event the old colonial powers emerged from the war too weak to maintain their hold. The demand for land reform coupled with hatred of the colonial order, built as it was on racism, and of the venal, native rich, created powerful movements that forced their leaders to abjure any compromise with the old order. In 1946 the British Army of the Rhine numbered just 2 divisions and, for a while, the Americans just 1. Any Allied intervention against, for example, partisan-controlled northern Italy in support of the former fascists, collaborators, and monarchists in 1945 would have been difficult to sustain. Similarly in Greece, British troops were only able to win control of Athens after Moscow and the Communist Party leaders forced Elis to accept a ceasefire. The British and their right-wing allies had nothing like the resources available had Elis decided to retain its control of the countryside by force of arms. Some evidence for the possibility of revolution comes from Yugoslavia, where the communist-led partisans defied the Yalta Conventions and took power. This was not a socialist revolution led by the working class, rather the new Tito regime replicated Russian state capitalism for nationalist ends. But Britain and America were powerless to intervene in 1945, just as Stalin felt restrained from invading when Yugoslavia broke free of Moscow's control. Later, the Western communist leaders would cite British and American actions in Greece as proof that they could not have advanced beyond the limits set by the division of Europe agreed at Yalta. Togliatti warned the PCI's National Council in April 1945 of a Greek outcome where a violent clash, an armed conflict between the armed forces of the anti-fascist front and the forces of the old police and the army led by anti-democratic elements, could only lead to elections being suspended, the Allied occupation continuing, and a split between a progressive anti-fascist North and a South kept against its will in pre-fascist conditions. 19 But in Greece the left had fought back half-heartedly. Indeed, the British were effectively beaten in December 1944 when the left brokered a ceasefire. Churchill was hamstrung because there were simply not enough British troops available to divert to Greece. Thérèse and Togliatti had no intention of spearheading any radical challenge. Thérèse was allowed back into France precisely because de Gaulle knew he could be relied upon to restrain his comrades. Communists were allowed junior positions in de Gaulle's government, and in return Thérèse told the liberation committees to hand over their administration of swathes of the country to the authorities in Paris, who usually installed ex-Vichyites, ordered communist resistors into the army, and urged increased production and a ban on strikes. In the October 1945 elections for a constituent assembly, the socialists and communists won an overall majority of the votes, 302 deputies out of 586. Rather than form a government of the left, the socialists insisted that it should incorporate the MRP, which was broadly identified with de Gaulle. 20 Ian Burkle points to the reasoning behind the decision not to form a government of the left. Such a government would not have taken France into the Russian bloc. Stalin would have made sure the Yalta bargain was kept. Circumstances would have obliged it to impose austerity on the working class in the interest of reconstruction and productivity. But a government of the left alone would have raised expectations of the working class, and it would have had fewer excuses for failing to deliver. 21. The communists had played a key role in the resistance, but they had to struggle to ensure loyalty to the Allies above all else. In Italy, many of those who identified with the Communist Party had little or no contact with it and believed it was a revolutionary party. The party's internal leadership, until Togliatti's return, was operating largely independently from their exiled leadership in Moscow. The dominant ideology was nationalist, looking back to the traditions of Garibaldi, the Risorgimento, and republicanism. But with the king, the ruling elite and the church hierarchy so closely linked to fascism, nationalist ideology moved quickly to the left. Nationalism was a powerful force motivating resistance to the German occupiers and their fascist allies, but it had its limitations. Togliatti brought back the message that the central goal was not socialism but a strong, democratic Italy. In April 1945 the resistance rose and liberated Milan, Turin, Genoa, Venice, and all the towns and cities still under occupation. As Calco explains, the resistance was triumphant and in power. Was Italy on the verge of revolution? The Allied military wasted no time in finding out. They knew it was necessary to disarm the partisans and take over local governments. Disarmament, the Anglo-Americans executed with astonishing success. 22. Across northern Italy the Allies organized parades after they arrived in resistance-held towns and cities at the end of April and the beginning of May, where the partisans marched past, were given speeches and toasts, and were then requested to hand in their arms. Military authority was established, and with the acquiescence of the resistance forces all CLN decrees and appointees were subject to military approval. Until the end of 1945 northern Italy remained under military rule, despite the fact that the government in Rome had ruled the south and center of the country for some time. They could only be successful in this because the resistance leadership and the PCI acquiesced in disarming the resistance fighters and dissolving the CLNs. That was not inevitable. Togliatti's ability to carry that argument relied on the absence of any coherent left challenge and his suggestion to the party membership that he was playing for time, and once the situation was more favorable the party would move back to insurrection. Kalko rather simplifies the process and exaggerates the success in getting resistance fighters to hand over their arms. The communists had to put across a dual message in order to do so. The PCI argument for progressive democracy could be understood by armed workers and peasants as the first step on the path to socialism. For Togliatti it meant the creation of a bourgeois democratic Italy, perhaps a republic, perhaps not. As Paul Ginsborg argues, many of the rank-and-file members of the party, especially the partisans, remained perplexed about the adoption of progressive democracy as their end aim. But they interpreted this as essentially a tactical move on Togliatti's part, to ensure the immediate legality of their party. They were convinced too that once the Allied troops had left, the revolutionary goals of the PCI would once again be proclaimed. They were quite wrong, but this doublethink, or Doppisa as it came to be called, this confusion of strategy for tactics, was fundamental in reconciling class aims with the leadership's insistence on compromise. 23. Togliatti was helped by the break in the continuity of the left imposed by 2 decades of fascism. The evidence points to the rank and file of the PCI wanting socialism and believing revolution was necessary to achieve it. But that did not mean they had the confidence to rise up to bring down fascism and the institutions of the new state being created by the parties who had formed the new coalition government, including their own. The years of fascism had not destroyed the spirit of resistance, but they did ensure there was no immediate discussion of tactics and strategy. 24. Another factor was the enormous prestige that Stalin's Russia had accrued from its overwhelming role in the defeat of Hitler. Pictures of Stalin decorated homes and factory floors across Italy. People believed that having conquered Eastern Europe, Il Baffoni would be on the march again. But as Ginsborg notes, the belief in socialist revolution as something that was brought from outside deprived the Italian working class of any chance of evolving a revolutionary strategy that was based on their own resources. Under communist leadership, political action was split into 3 distinct spheres: the immediate day-to-day battles waged by workers against cold, hunger and penury, the struggle for progressive democracy waged by the party in parliament, and the revolution itself, an impossibility until Stalin moved. 25. The PCI would become a cornerstone of the new Italian Republic, settling down into the parliamentary chamber. Looking back on the close of the war, the former leader of the Spanish Communist Party, Fernando Clausen, writes, "The possibility of revolutionary development in France and Italy was seriously threatened. The position was as it would have been in Russia in the course of 1917 if Lenin's April theses had been rejected by the Bolshevik Party. The bourgeois revolution would have consolidated itself, one way or another, but the proletarian revolution would not have taken place." 26. Ginsborg concludes. In practice, national unity in the fight for liberation became for the communists an objective to be placed not just above but to the exclusion of all others. The policy of liberation first, progressive democracy second, was fatally misconceived. It meant that at the very moment when the partisan and workers' movement was at its height, when the wind from the north was blowing most strongly, the communists accepted the postponement of all questions of a social and political nature until the end of the war. While the communists postponed, in the honorable name of national unity, their opponents acted, decided, maneuvered and, not surprisingly, triumphed. 27. The missing link was the one Trotsky had identified, the independent organization of the working class. Ernest Mondale, interviewed in 1976, argued that the resistance movements in Southern Europe possessed an inner logic that made it possible to challenge capitalism and the bourgeois state, and above all to take initiatives in the construction of a popular power from below, initiatives which could have led to the generalization of revolutionary situations of dual power. I do not think that the immediate struggle for power was possible in countries like France as soon as the Nazi front collapsed. Nor do I think that we can treat as insignificant the presence of American troops, which has been held up as the sole, irrefutable argument by the Stalinists and which revolutionaries have tended to dismiss too lightly. The nearest we can get to a correct formulation is this: during the liberation struggles it was possible to develop factory occupations and takeovers, to form local organs of popular power, and above all to bring about the general arming of the masses, in such a way as to generalize the situations of dual power and open up the possibility of a later seizure of power. We should not forget that the presence of American troops was limited in time and that the American soldiers brought strong pressure to bear for their return. Moreover, even without any pre-existing situation of dual power, the fluctuations in the political conjuncture brought about highly explosive crises. The most important of these was in Italy in 1948, when, in response to the attempted assassination of Togliatti on July 14, the masses went well beyond a general protest strike to occupy factories, railway stations, electric power stations, etc., thus demonstrating that they instinctively posed the question of power. If workers' councils had already existed and if a part of the proletariat had been armed, then July 1948 could have opened up an extremely deep revolutionary crisis in Italy. 28. This has the merit of breaking from the one fine day approach to revolution. For Marxists, revolution is not simply one day of street fighting. It is a protracted crisis in which the old clashes with the new. In Tsarist Russia this only took a few months because of the weakness of the absolutist regime, of the bourgeoisie and, crucially, of a rooted bourgeois workers' party committed to reforming the system. In the debates in the Communist International following the October Revolution, particularly at its third and fourth congresses, a revolutionary crisis in Western Europe was seen as one lasting years rather than months, with all sorts of ups and downs for the forces of the new. This is what happened in Germany between 1918 and 1923, when the Communist Party let what was a revolutionary moment slip away. In January 1943 the writer Arthur Koestler, a former member of the German Communist Party who had settled in Britain, wrote, "The nearer victory comes in sight, the clearer the character of the war reveals itself as what the Tories always said that it was, a war for national survival, a war in defense of certain conservative 19th century ideals, and not what I and my friends of the left had said that it was, a revolutionary civil war in Europe on the Spanish pattern." 29. As Trotsky had predicted, that revolutionary civil war did briefly emerge. But his warnings of what would happen if Koestler's friends of the left ensured it was safely bottled up again were vindicated. 70 years on capitalism still produces wars and fascism, but it also still creates the desire for revolutionary change. Timeline: 1918. November 11, the armistice with Germany marks the end of the First World War. 1919. January 18, opening of the Paris Peace Conference to negotiate peace treaties between the belligerents of the First World War. June 28, Germany and the Entente powers sign the Treaty of Versailles after 6 months of negotiations. The German armed forces are limited in size to 100,000 personnel and Germany is ordered to pay large reparations for war damages. 1920. January 21, the Paris Peace Conference comes to an end with the inaugural General Assembly of the League of Nations. 1922. February 6, the Washington Naval Conference ends with the signing of the Washington Naval Treaty by the United Kingdom, the United States, Japan, France, and Italy. The signing parties agree to limit the size of their naval forces. October 29, fascist leader Benito Mussolini is appointed Prime Minister of Italy by the King. 1927. April 12, the Chinese Civil War begins between nationalists and communists. 1929. October 29, the Great Depression begins. 1931. September 19, Japan invades Manchuria. 1932. January 28, fighting around Shanghai between China and Japan. February 27, Japan takes control of Manchuria from the Republic of China. 1933. January 30, Nazi leader Adolf Hitler is appointed Chancellor of Germany by President Paul von Hindenburg. February 27, Germany's parliament building the Reichstag is set on fire. The German government blames the communists. February 28, the Reichstag fire decree is passed, nullifying several German civil liberties. March 23, the Reichstag passes the Enabling Act, making Hitler dictator of Germany. March 27, Japan leaves the League of Nations. October 19, Germany leaves the League of Nations. 1934. June 30, the Night of Long Knives occurs, during which Hitler executes the leaders of the Sturmabteilung and other rivals. August 2, Hitler becomes Führer of Germany, becoming head of state as well as Chancellor. August 8, the Wehrmacht swears a personal oath of loyalty to Hitler. September 18, the Soviet Union joins the League of Nations. December 29, Japan renounces the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaty. 1935. October 2, Italy invades Ethiopia, beginning the Second Italo-Abyssinian War. 1936. March 7, German forces occupy the Rhineland, established as a demilitarized zone under the Treaty of Versailles. May 5, Italian forces occupy Addis Ababa in East Africa. May 7, Italy annexes Ethiopia. May 9, Chiang Kai-shek, Chinese nationalist leader, claims that Japan is waging war in China without a declaration of war. July 18, the Spanish Civil War begins when nationalist forces led by Francisco Franco rise against the current Republican government. October 25, Rome-Berlin Axis is formed. 1937. July 7, the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which most historians regard as the beginning of the Second Sino-Japanese War. August 13, the Battle of Shanghai begins between Japan and China. November 26, the Battle of Shanghai ends in Japanese victory. December 11, Italy leaves the League of Nations. 1938. March 6, Japanese troops reach the Yellow River in China. March 13, Austria is annexed by Nazi Germany. July 29, the Soviet-Japanese border wars begin with the Battle of Lake Kazan. August 11, Soviet Union wins the Battle of Kazan against Japan. September 24, Hitler issues ultimatum to Czechoslovakia that either they cede the Sudetenland to Germany or he will order an invasion. September 30, the Munich Agreement is signed. Britain and France agree to German annexation of Sudetenland without presence of Czech government. 1939. March 15, the German army occupies Czechoslovakia. March 31, the United Kingdom and France offer the guarantee of Polish independence. April 1, the Spanish Civil War ends with nationalist troops winning. Spain becomes a fascist state with Franco as the head of the new government. April 7, Italy invades Albania. April 28, in a speech before the Reichstag, Hitler renounces the Anglo-German Naval Agreement and the German-Polish Non-Aggression Pact. May 11, Battle of Khalkhin Gol begins with Japan and Manchukuo against the Soviet Union and Mongolia. May 22, the Pact of Steel, known formally as the Pact of Friendship and Alliance between Germany and Italy. July 10, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain reaffirms support for Poland and that Britain would intervene on behalf of Poland if hostilities broke out between Germany and Poland. August 23, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is signed between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, with secret provisions for the division of Eastern Europe, joint occupation of Poland and Soviet occupation of the Baltic states, Finland, and Bessarabia. September 1, Hitler invades Poland. September 3, Britain and France declare war on Germany. Mussolini declares Italy neutral but allied to Germany. September 17, USSR invades and occupies eastern Poland under terms of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. September 28, Warsaw surrenders. October 6, Polish forces surrender. November 4, the U.S. Neutrality Act is passed, the French and British may buy arms, but on a strictly cash basis. November 30, Russia attacks Finland to begin the Winter War. 1940. March 12, Finland signs a peace treaty with the Soviet Union. The Finns are forced to give up significant territory in exchange for independence. April 9, German forces invade Norway and Denmark. British and French forces sent to Norway but ultimately fail to prevent German occupation. May 10, Winston Churchill replaces Neville Chamberlain as Prime Minister of Britain. Germany invades Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. May 26, British forces in France begin evacuation from Dunkirk. June 10, Italy declares war on Britain and France. June 13, German troops occupy Paris. June 21, Russia occupies Baltic states, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. June 25, France surrenders. July 10, Battle of Britain begins with German air attacks on shipping in the English Channel. August 20, Chinese Communists launch the 100 Regiments Offensive against the Japanese in northern China. September 2, U.S. President Roosevelt agrees to hand over 50 destroyers in return for the UK granting America bases in various imperial possessions. Effectively start of U.S. aid to the UK. September 22, Japanese forces occupy French Indochina. October 16, Jews in Warsaw and surrounding area ordered into Warsaw Ghetto. October 28, Italy invades Greece. 6–9 December, British forces counter-attack after Italian army enters Egypt. Italians driven back into Libya suffering major losses. 1941. February 11, German troops of Afrika Korps arrive in Libya to combat British advance. March 11, President Roosevelt signs Lend-Lease scheme under which U.S. provides UK with arms and material under a loan scheme. March 24, German-led counter-offensive in North Africa compels British retreat back to Egypt. April 6, German, Italian, Bulgarian, and Hungarian forces invade Yugoslavia and Greece. April 17, Yugoslavia surrenders. April 27, Greece surrenders. June 22, Operation Barbarossa, German invasion of Russia, begins. August 8, 1941, Siege of Leningrad begins. September 28, German SS troops kill over 30,000 Jews at Babi Yar on the outskirts of Kiev, in the Ukraine. October 2, German attack on Moscow begins. December 5, Germans call off attack on Moscow, Red Army begins counterattack. December 7, Japanese carrier-based planes attack U.S. Pacific Naval Headquarters at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. U.S. and Japan at war. 1942. January 20, Wannsee Conference in Berlin agrees on final solution to the Jewish problem. February 15, British forces surrender Singapore to the Japanese. May 8, final surrender of U.S. troops in Philippines. Naval Battle of Coral Sea sees U.S. halt Japanese invasion of New Guinea. May 20, Japanese complete conquest of Burma reaching border with India. June 4, Battle of Midway begins. Ends in decisive U.S. victory over Japan. June 28, beginning of German offensive which would carry them to Stalingrad. August 7, Battle of Guadalcanal begins. First successful U.S. offensive in the Pacific Theater. November 19, Operation Uranus. Red Army offensive to cut off German forces in Stalingrad. 1943. January 18, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising begins. January 24, the Casablanca Conference attended by Churchill and Roosevelt ends with agreement that Germany must surrender unconditionally. February 2, German surrender at Stalingrad. February 9, Battle of Guadalcanal ends with American victory over Japan. March 5, mass strike in Turin begins. It will spread across northern Italy heralding the end of fascism in Italy. May 13, German and Italian forces in Tunisia surrender. The Allies take over 250,000 prisoners. End of North Africa campaign. May 16, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising ends. 14,000 Jews killed and about another 40,000 sent to the death camp at Treblinka. July 5, Operation Citadel begins. July 10, Allied forces invade Sicily. July 25, Mussolini is arrested and removed from power. September 3, Italian government signs secret armistice with Allies. Italian armistice is signed and Italy drops out of the war. September 3, Allied forces invade mainland Italy. September 8, Allies announce surrender of Italy. German forces occupy bulk of country. King and government flee Rome, refusing to resist. September 9, Allied forces land at Salerno, in southern Italy. September 12, Mussolini rescued by German SS troops, flown to Germany where he is proclaimed as the head of the puppet Italian Social Republic. November 28, Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill meet at the Tehran Conference and agree on June 1944 Anglo-American invasion of Europe. 1944. January 4, Red Army enters Poland. January 18, end of Siege of Leningrad. January 22, Allied forces land at Anzio. May 31, the Japanese retreat from Imphal, ending their invasion of India. June 5, Rome falls to the Allies. June 6, D-Day, 155,000 Allied troops land on the beaches of Normandy in France. June 19, the Battle of the Philippine Sea begins. It will be the largest aircraft carrier battle in history. Ends with a decisive victory for the Americans. July 1, opening of the Bretton Woods Conference in United States, which would establish International Monetary Fund, the World Bank and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. June 22, Operation Bagration begins. Over the next 2 months the Red Army will advance westwards to Warsaw. July 24, Majdanek concentration camp is liberated by Soviet forces, the first among many. August 1, Polish Home Army begins Warsaw Uprising. August 19, French resistance begins uprising in Paris. August 25, Paris is liberated. October 1, Soviet troops enter Yugoslavia. October 2, Polish independence forces in Warsaw surrender to the Red Army. October 12, Athens is liberated by Greek resistance forces. October 16, the Red Army and Yugoslav partisans liberate Belgrade. October 23, Battle of Leyte Gulf begins, the largest sea battle in history. Ends in Japanese defeat. December 1, Heinrich Himmler orders the crematoriums and gas chambers of Auschwitz concentration camp dismantled and blown up. December 16, the Battle of the Bulge begins as German forces attempt a breakthrough in the Ardennes region. Last German offensive in the West ends in failure. 1945. January 12, Red Army offensive in East Prussia begins. January 27, Auschwitz concentration camp is liberated by Soviet troops. January 31, Red Army crosses the Oder River into Germany and is now less than 50 miles from Berlin. February 4, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin meet at Yalta in the Soviet Union to agree post-war spheres of influence. 13 to 14 February, Dresden is firebombed by Allied air forces and large parts of the historic city are destroyed. Allies claim it is strategically important. 9 to 10 March, U.S. firebomb attack on Tokyo destroys 15 square miles of the city. 22 to 23 March, Allied forces cross the Rhine. April 12, President Roosevelt dies, succeeded by Harry S. Truman. April 13, Vienna falls to Red Army. April 16, Battle of Berlin begins. Final Russian assault on German capital. April 24, Russian forces encircle Berlin. April 25, Italian resistance launches insurrection, liberating northern Italy. First meeting of United Nations in San Francisco. April 28, Mussolini captured by resistance and executed the following day. April 30, Hitler commits suicide. May 2, Berlin surrenders. May 8, end of the war in Europe with German surrender. June 5, Allies agree to divide Germany into 4 occupied zones. June 22, Americans capture island of Okinawa. July 5, U.S. declares liberation of Philippines. July 10, 1,000 bomber raids against Japan begin. July 16, first atomic bomb is successfully tested in the U.S. July 17, Truman, Stalin, and Churchill meet at Potsdam. Russia agrees to attack Japan. July 26, Labour Party wins landslide election in Britain. August 6, first atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. August 8, USSR declares war on Japan, invading Manchuria. August 9, second atomic bomb is dropped on Nagasaki. August 15, Emperor Hirohito broadcasts to the Japanese nation announcing unconditional surrender. August 17, nationalists declare independence of Indonesia. September 2, formal Japanese surrender ceremony in Tokyo Bay as President Truman declares VJ Day. Ho Chi Minh declares Vietnam independent. 1946. March 5, Winston Churchill declares that an Iron Curtain divides Eastern and Western Europe. 1947. May 5, Communists removed from French government. May 31, Italian government formed excluding Communists. June 5, launch of Marshall Plan, economic plan for European recovery, launched by U.S. aid conditional on acceptance of economic freedom. August 15, Indian independence. 1948. February 21, Communists assume total control of Czechoslovakia. June 24, Russia begins economic blockade of Western-controlled Berlin. 1949. October 1, Mao Zedong proclaims establishment of the People's Republic of China. December 27, Dutch accept Indonesian independence.